Hello everyone to Learn. My name is Neha. I'm your teaching assistant for the course. So guys, if you're able to hear me loud and clear, let me pass on the rights to the trainer Sachin. Just give me a moment. Sachin, you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm able to hear you, Sachin.
Thank you.
Welcome.
I'll take it. Yeah. Hey, Sachin Goswami, can you hear me? Give me a yes in chat window, please. Okay. Good morning. Chandra. Akash. Yeah. Thank you. So, last day, is it? I tell you what, so, yep, Mr. Roy. Thank you for that. Okay. It's been a journey we did together for the last 8 classes, and that comes to an end today. But I'm looking forward to be in touch with you guys. So, just in case you need me somewhere, you think I could help, I'm just a mail away. So you can probably drop a mail to the support team, and they can pass on the things to me. So how we can do that, right? And I hope I'm audible to you, right? So there is no problem hearing me, is it? Yeah. Okay. So what do is what I understand is that we did 3 chapters last time. So the HR, sorry, resource management, not the HR exactly. Resource management, communication management, and then we did the stakeholder management, right? We started off, hey Bharat, hi, morning, Anderson, yep. So after that we did, we started off procurement management. We understood about material contract and cost reimbursable contracts, and we also understood a few things about firm fixed contracts, right? So so these are things that we did. I guess that was the last topic that we covered, right? Give me yes if I'm correct here. Okay. So what we need is we need to start from there. First from in procurement, yes. So we're with that, guys, and then we'll finish up the risk management. That should take like couple of hours, right? And then for the next couple of hours, I'll be helping you with the submission of the project, right? So that just to make sure that everybody submits it today. I hope you started working on your projects, guys. Yes. You are done with the so probably a few things which are there in risk management will not be able to do because a few of those questions are from there, right? So I can see that we can probably do it today. But the rest of the things, I believe these are already settled because, so there are questions mostly from quality and the procurement and stakeholders, So these things are, we started working on that at least, right? Okay, that's a good thing. Pretty good. Arun says yes. No, I did to submit the project today, but then how else would you submit that? Because from now you would not have uh, access to me from tomorrow onward. So that so I can still help you. What I'm going to do is I'm going to show you a few of those samples that you need to submit, and you can probably take the screenshot. Everyone has to take how to take a screenshot, right? It'd be really nice if you can take those screenshots. And yeah, I'm just joking. I know everybody knows how to take a screenshot. It's just a print screen, right? Paste it somewhere. Okay. So what I would expect you to do is while we would discuss those projects, telling you those solutions, take a shot, paste it in a Word document, and keep on pasting it for the that you wish to submit. Then simply from there because they would not be exactly the document, but they would give you a fair bit of idea. You'll understand once I show those documents to you. I have a few of them with me. So once you see them, you would understand what I'm saying, right? So you need to take that screenshot, paste it or Word doc maybe, and then probably by looking at the screenshot, you can go back and prepare a document and then simply submit, right? So this is how it is. Okay, so guys, what we're going to do is we're going to start off with the management left off the last time, and I'm going to share my screen with you. Let me know when you can see my screen, right? So now, uh, so see that. Yeah. So we contracts last time, right? So we talked about the cost reimbursable parts plus, in which we had the cost plus fixed fee, cost plus percentage of cost plus incentive fee, and the award fees, right? And we had T&M. Now, please remember that with the T&M contract, it is basically mostly used for smaller projects, just like for augmentation mostly. Just like if I go somewhere as a consultant, do a time and material contract, right? So I've been charged customers for the time that I devote on the project plus any material that I use, right? So the simplest of the, maybe a PO, or against the PO we do the invoice, right? So we can do that, right? So that's the simplest. But if it is a large project, guys, remember, in a large project you cannot simply go with a T&M contract. Otherwise, the customer would be on a great loss. Why? Because the seller would keep on increasing the prices. So there it should be the cap. There can be a cap that maximum this is the amount that you would be able to charge against this material or this time, right? So you starting in at a very low rate of say $100 an hour, and within a year or so you want to increase it to $500 an hour. That would not going to happen, right? So there has to be a cap that beyond this point you'll not be able to raise the money. Understand, guys, what I'm saying here? I'm saying if it is a project, if it is a long project, many items involved, right? Or too many kind of skill sets required, right? You simply go with the T&M. So you need to have an additional clause of a cap, along with the T&M to go ahead. Is that clear to all of us? Yes, in chat window, please. I can't hear your responses. Yeah. Okay. That's okay. And all understand the fixed or lump sum, right? We talked about these contracts last time, right? With the fixed contracts, where the scope of work is very clear, only then you can go with the fixed contract, because fixed can be a lethal stuff for any of the parties. So if you are a vendor, you don't have a clear scope with you do not go with a fixed price contract. Otherwise, you remember earned value example, with 4,000 upfront and it was a fixed price contract. So director was at loss because the rain happened, the entire material was ruined, the people charged him, and still he cannot ask for more money from me, right? He have to spend the money from his own pocket to complete that project, right? 5,700 and what I can remember, right? So this is money that he needs to now invest. So send it from his own pocket. Forget about earning something from the project. Now, why happened? Because the scope, not everything was clear. It was clear that I need to make 4 walls, but he did not consider that the material losses or the manpower losses or something happens, right? He didn't consider those things, and that he was at loss. So please make sure when the scope is very very clear, only then you should be going with the fixed contract, right? When you have fixed price with the economic price adjustment, so we talk about it just like any construction company when they does a contractor, they do on the basis of fixed price plus economic price adjustment. That is what? That is called the BOQ. You guys heard about BOQ, right? Please, you know that? No, quantities is a document which is prepared and signed by both by the contractor and the buyer, right? And this has the details of all items to be used, all have to be done in that construction project, right? Just like the brickwork or the plaster or painting or something, internal paint, external paint, flooring, these items, and excavation, foundations, slab castings, all of that, all of BOM is a part of BOQ actually. So all of that is a part of the BOQ, right? Now it is in their rate wise that you know not PRFQs. No, these are different. So we'll come RFPs, RFQs in just a minute. Just stay with me. Okay. What happens? Prices are written just like from ground floor to fifth floor. We give you ₹7 per square foot for store. That's the labor charges, right? And if it's from sixth floor to 10th floor, we're going to give you ₹10 per square foot. The plaster charges, external plaster I'm talking about. If it's between 11th to 15th, we'll give you 12. If it is 15th to 20, we'll give you ₹15 as the charges, your labor charges. Plus, we'll pay you for the material, we'll pay you for everything, right? So this is called fixed price economic price. What happens is that it has a clause that wherein that next 3 months you cannot come back to me for a price revision. So in making a road with some of the for some of your customers, that road takes a lot of aggregate. You understand aggregate? That's small stone, right? Aggregate. Right? Price of the aggregate was, say, suppose ₹10 per fit, right? When you did the contract, you asked your customer for ₹15 a fit because rupees was your margin per fit, and the customer agreed to it. But the customer said that for the next 3 months at least you're working on the same rate, right? You come back to me and revise the price. I'll not do that, right? What happens is the moment you start the project, there is an increase in the aggregate, say ₹14. Now, margin of ₹1, you cannot manage that, but still to work at least 3 months on the same price, right? Every month you can go with an economic price adjustment request to the customer and say, okay, so this is the invoice value that I'm getting. You can see that it is 14 to me. How can I give that on 15 to you? Because I need to pay for my labor. That's the thing. So I need at least 19. So 3 months, if it suits the, and if the buyer thinks that okay, so this is within that percentage part that we can have with us and we can increase that, so he increases that money, but only after that particular time period. Right? That is called economic price adjustment. Fixed price with the economic price adjustment. Is it clear to all of us? Give me a yes in chat window, please. Yeah. Okay. Price plus incentive fee. Now, what is fixed price plus incentive fee? It is, incentives means a lot of things, right? Incentives comes with a lot of permutations and combinations, right? They complete this, you're gonna get this. If you do this, then you're gonna get this, right? Plus a fixed fee that I'm gonna pay you $200 for, for completing this work. But you are able to complete that work in 7 days, I'm gonna pay you additional $10. If you do that in 6 days, I'll pay you another $25, right? Your $200. That is called fixed price plus incentive fees. So an incentive as per the clauses in the contract, right? That is fixed price plus incentive. So a lot of incentive schemes. This is similar to that of cost plus incentive fees. So left hand side, if you see the third one, the cost incentive fees, that's not the same thing. The only thing is that it is giving you the cost reimbursable contract will give you the cost, not price. The price is $200, but the cost is the amount of money that you invest the vendor. So if you buy equipment and labor worth of $180, so the buyer going to pay you only $180, not $100. In a price plus incentive, There's a fixed price, maybe $200, maybe $190, maybe $210. That's negotiations. But that he will pay you the incentives. Here, the cost plus incentive, whatever cost that has been incurred from your part as a vendor, the buyer gonna pay you this amount of money along with the incentives. So that's the difference between fixed price incentive fees and the cost plus incentive fee. Is that clear to all of us? Give me a yes in chat window, please. Question I need to read that. On what is the fixed fee is decided and who decided? It is decided by the buyer because he would play his terms, right? Always has an upper hand. He would decide it, and decided based the kind of condition that you are into, right? Just to give you an example of fixed price plus incentive fee. So I run a project management company. You all know this by now. This is our last class, so you understand that. The company has a marketing sales division, right? Now, sales people. So you are in telecallers, right? So because we do a lot of these public workshops, right? We have telecallers with us, and these are very young people, males, females, right? So a small team of 5 people who are called about 200 to 250 a day, right? And ask people to join the workshops that we are doing, mostly the weekends, weekdays workshops, right? We do it for very different, topics and subjects, just like all courses that we have here in Sipila. So when I hire, somebody, just like Pinky, she's one of my televiewers, right? So when she came in, I gave her a proposal. Okay, listen. So say 20,000 as your salary. That's fixed. That's fixed. Get 20,000 as the salary, right? I agree on that. She said, I'm still getting like already, so 25 would be a bit less. So let me make this proposition better. 5,000, and you give participants, one for the project, two for Pramawar, two for PMP to me. A total number of 5, which is not that difficult, right? And so we used to do like 15, 20, 25 people in a month. I said, fantastic. I mean, so if you were doing 25, then you're gonna earn a lot more than 30,000 that you are getting right now. And I said, let me out. So if 5 people, I give you 25, right? You get 6 people extra, and now you 1,000 rupees extra for that. So yours becomes 26. You give 7, so I'll pay you 1,000 for the 6th one and 2,000 for the 7th one, right? So that's it. 28. 11, you get 8, right? Give me 8. You get 3 plus 2 plus 1, 6,000 extra. It becomes 31. Cumulative, right? And that accumulation goes up till 10. So on the system, you get 5,000, 4,009 plus 3, 12 plus 2, 14 plus 1, 15. So if 10 people in a month, you 15,000 rupees as incentive, right? And that's tricky because you have to, the administrative part is pretty difficult here. Allows to administer, correct? But, she immediately agreed to that. Why? Because she would think, and then there is a cap. There's a cap. For 11th guy, I'm going to pay you 5,000. For 12th, in 5,000. For 13th, I 5,000. That will not go up there, right? So there is a cap. That maximum per person that you're going to get is 5,000, right? For the 6th, 1,000, 7th, 2,000, 8th, 3,000, 4,000, and 10th is 5,000. So you 10 people, or you take 40,000 from me. What? She said for that. So that happens that with my 19 years of experience, I know that a youngster who caller will not be able to give you more than 7 to 8 people in 1 month. Doesn't matter how big cheetah you are, you will give me more than 8. I did with my experience. So I know that maximum I pay her an incentive of 6,000, which is 31. She's already taking 30. That's okay. That's a fair deal. But she gives me people, right? And from an individual, I charge money. So the fixed price plus incentive. You understood that concept, guys? Yeah, that's what I do. You think I'm a bad guy, but I'm not. I mean, I am the option. You give me 20 people, you take 1 lakh rupees. I'm a businessman at the end of the day, so I have to think. Yeah. So this is called fixed price incentive fees. It has advantages and disadvantages. So there you go. So talk about here again. So the and disadvantages of all three, right? So the advantage of the cost reimbursable contract is costly than the fixed price because the seller doesn't have to account for the risk. It is not mandatory. It is never mandatory. So that's true. Yeah. So contracts are cheaper because it is fixed price. Fixed price is like $200. Cost reimbursable can be $78, $200, $250, whatever is the cost, right? Basically, right? And it is simple to draft. Cost reimbursable. I'll pay you for the cost, and I'll pay you the incentive. That's all. So very simple to draft. Fixed, more efficient as the seller has strong incentive to control the cost. Why? Because seller has already considered all factors and asked for $200, right? It is efficient. Right? Requires effort by buyer to manage the contract as the cost risk is with the seller. This is what it is. So when those 4 months, you remember that earned value example, right? So in which because I given a fixed price contract, so I was not worried. I paid him 4,000 upfront and I was gone, right? I came back on the 3rd day because I don't care because it's not my part anymore. So the risk is mine, right? So that's why it requires less effort by the buyer, right? Then you have a material contract, easy to create, good for source augmentation assignments where cost risk is shared both by the sellers and the buyer. Right? So the advantage of the all three types. Then you have the disadvantages. Now let's start with the cost reimbursable again here. Requires auditing all the sellers' invoices and thus increases buyer's effort. Why? Because you need to audit whether the seller is sending you a correct bill or not, right? Seller has less incentive to control the cost, and these contracts are inefficient. Why? Why? Because seller doesn't have a control on the cost, right? So for him, it is not a very efficient contract. Then the disadvantages is seller may underquote initially and try to make high margins on the change request. That is what I said. That's why I said that you need to have a cap with everything. So you can have a cap with fixed price. You can have with the time and material. Otherwise, seller will enter with a quoting. He would then give you a lot of change requests. Why he can give you a lot of change requests? Because anything which is not signed initially, which is not a part of the initial scope, it will all be treated as a change request, right? And he would say, okay, so I asked you for 4,000, I said I'm going to make that wall for you, but this wall would not have an external plaster, or because that was not on the contract. It will not have an internal plaster because that was not on the contract. So at a day, if you need to get that plaster done, you need to pay additional money. You understand, guys, what I'm saying here? Give me a in chat window, please. Yeah. So that's a disadvantage, right? Not have a proper scope statement of work result in seller not providing some of the deliverables. Bingo. So this is what we are talking about, right? So things can go unsaid, and this can become a problem for you later, right? Because if it isn't part of the SOW, right? The disadvantages of time and material. There are no incentive to control the cost. Why? Because this is simply time and material contract, right? So it just doesn't have a control. Requiring of the daily output by the because if the buyer is paying you for your time, just like when we go somewhere as a consultant, every single hour is punched, correct? Because charging them, per hour basis, and so they want that what we have delivered in that particular hour. So we make a time sheet in which we write that, okay, so from this time to this time we did this. We did a meeting of an hour with this gentleman. We're charging for that 1 hour, right? So, monitoring is required by the buyer and comes for big projects. So I said, time and material can work for small projects, but if you use them for projects where are too many of those material are there, and a lot of other skill sets and manpower is required. I believe that if you still have to go with the time and material, go with the time and material with a cap. So put on that, right? So these advantages and the disadvantages of the type of contracts is that, just give me as a judgment, please. Now you're gonna, RFPs, RFQs, all of that would come here, right? So the first one is called time easy. I would say, Prasanna, easy. I mean, so it is for consulting companies. Uh, they need to provide their resources on different projects, augmentation basically, because he's saying that your spend is your intellectual property, correct? So your brain, mind. So this is what Sachin Goswami does, right? Now I'm charging per hour to sim for take this class right now, right here. Investment. That's all, isn't it? So these are profitable. You spend money on that. I just bought a new laptop, just so you know, a lot of money on that. Okay, so the guys, so request for information is used to get the potential seller's information to see ability. So RFI is when you ask for the information for the resource, and resource the vendor, and the vendor, or the seller cost, travel, and others too. Yes, but reimbursed by the customer and actuals time and material. So the material investing, we get paid back, and when the time that we are investing, we get it for that. Prasanna, makes sense, right? Yep. Then guys, request for proposal. So I an RFP to the seller, and the seller sends me the proposal against the RFP. He writes with reference to your RFP number so and so. Please find here with our proposal, right? Then you have Q, request for quotation. The difference between the RFP and the RFQ is RFP is for the proposals, whereas the quotation is standard products and services. Just like I need 4 laptops, the quotes are provided for those laptops, right? So laptop standard product. So if it is an HP touch screen 360, so it is HP. So that's almost the same. Some gives you a couple of $100 more. Somebody gives you a couple of $100 less. So you decide based on that. But that's a standard product, right? So this for quotation you use to get the quotations from prospective or products or service, right? Then you have RFB, request for bids. Now the bids are invited, right? So request bids is used by the buyers to get bids from the shortlisted. RFQ both can contain pricing. This would come from the seller, isn't it, Prasanna? For fees and RFQs, the price will come from the sellers. So I asked for a price. I asked for a quote. As my request for the quote, you give me a quotation, right? You give me a proposal. So just saying here, and in pricing, because this is how you respond that. Yeah. A proposal for non-standard for anything. Just like I want to conduct a 4 days PMP class, and I need proposals for that. To simply learn skill dynamics, there can be other X, Y, Z. There are too many companies who can apply for, who can send the proposals for that. But if I ask that I need, say, an HP 470 laptop, right? Now, standard product, right? For that, I use the quotation, not the proposal. So that is not proposal. Proposal is where the cost, wherein the user uses his creativity. Let's check 1, 2, 3. Rafi, can you hear me? Rest of the people can. Yeah. Check your mic, Rafi. Okay. So you understood that the request quotation can have creativity. As this can no, didn't get it. You said what is RFP? When the proposal comes up, proposal. When you ask for a proposal, you ask for a proposal for mostly the things that these are not standard. I ask for an FI. Anybody from SAP background here? SAP is okay. A lot of people direct. Okay. Now, in case you must have heard about FI resources, the CO resources, ABAPers. You have the yes, so ABAP, FI, CO, MSD, SD, right? Right? Now, full-fledged team of that, right? So I have a SD team, SRMs, right? So thing. So I have content. Now, when see one of my very regular customers, they asked for a couple of FI resources. Now, quotation or a proposal, you tell me. A proposal, right? So you understand the difference between quotation and a proposal. When somebody asks you, I need a couple of chaps who would be working for a 3 months project, what's proposal? Not proposal, skill dynamics consulting, can actually be not creative. That along with the resource, we're going to give you these kind of reports every day, or you that would be standard. We have our people certified from SAP. They have those credentials, So all things can be added in the proposal. But if Pepsi asks you that I need 100 laptops, so would a proposal or a quotation? They ask you that I need a ThinkPad is 470. I of them tell best quote, send in best quote, correct? Now there not be any creativity on that, right? Can be. So I get along with this we can do this. So that would be the process. That would be the escalation. No, simply quote. Yeah. So given an example, so you can see. I mean, so that's one of the same things I said. Right? So, but good thing, Goel, and thanks for setting all that stuff here. Also, the request for quotation. I guess it is clear to all of us now. And then you have request for bids. So the bids now are sealed, right? And when you open those bids and go with the lowest price, right? You understand that, right? Then you have PO. The purchase order is the simplest type of commercial contract. PO issued for small purchases. That's called the purchase order. Have statement of work. What is the difference between work order and order? One of the same thing. The order, you call it the purchase order. When you give labor assignments to somebody, order is when you buy something from somebody. But they use interchangeably in the right. So then statement of work, SOW. We all know SOW, right? So that was one of the parameters in which in our very first project. You remember that? work order is also a contract. PO the contract, right? So it's work. I'm coming to that. The state work the scope of the deliverables according to contract. Now, when you were, in the project charter, project statement of work, that right now, when in the scope management, in defining the scope, the output was a project scope statement, and the statement of work was received by from the customer. That give me Amazon.com. You remember that? Yeah, give the initial conversation, but you not simply give him Amazon.com based on that. So what you gather the requirements, and then when you go into developing that scope, you come out with scope statement, right? I you connect to what I'm saying here, right? So see, that statement of work is the process which is basically, is right now talking about the scope. Things would be in the scope, right? Defines the scope of the deliverables according to the contract. No, they prepare this scope. The project manager who have a document and who would own this document, but everybody works and helps, right, Shikil? So one guy's job. Right? So it is the job of a lot of other people who are involved, but the ownership is of with one guy. Yeah. Quotation is a submission of the response by the vendor to the request from the buyer. So against the request for quotation, you submit the quotation, right? Then you have non-disclosure agreement, and yes, we all understand that, right? It's between two parties to maintain confidentiality of the information of each other, and they abide by the agreement and don't disclose the information with any of the competitors, right? LOI. Letter of intent is issued by the buyer to indicate that he is interested in carrying on work with the seller. They have terms and conditions. A procurement agreement includes certain terms and conditions and may incorporate other items that the buyer specifies regarding what the seller should perform or provide. Right? Condition. Intent and letter of intent is one of the same thing. No, not always necessary, Chandra, that SOW to be a part of the RFP, because when you submit an RFP response, so you're talking about the request for the proposal, or you are talking about the proposal that you submit. The proposal you submit may contain traces, of the SOW, because the proposal that I'm submitting with the buyer, right, telling him that what all things that I'm going to do. So as per modus operandi, I can have those traces in that, but SW is basically a later stage, wherein I firmly sign that with the two parties who are involved. Sign says, okay, so this is the work that we can do, nothing up, nothing below it. That's SOW. Yeah? Okay. The condition, ladies and gentlemen, then you have force majeure. Now, what are force majeures? It is in the contract that frees both the business parties from obligations of unavoidable events or an event described by a legal term as act of God, flood, hurricane, earthquake, and wars. I had a couple of my chaps working, in that area. Right? Place. I love that country. A couple of my chaps were working there. All of a sudden, that ISIS stuff happened. They killed that Jordanian pilot and burned him alive. And make those posted on the Facebook, and social media. And then the Air Force retaliated. The Jordanian Air Force retaliated, and by the way, their president himself pilot, right? So he had that party. The war broke out all of a sudden. Otherwise, Jordan was out of that ISIS stuff, right? When that happened, that's a legal term as act of God, right? So political stuff, right? And then you have the war, and I had to immediately call back my people from Jordan, right? And we couldn't send them back here, so we were waiting for the project to reopen, right? That is what, that's force majeure, right? Which frees both the parties. Otherwise, we are obligated to stay there for the another 1.5 years and complete the project. We didn't stay there for 1 minute. Received this call from my chap, 2 o'clock after night here in India. It was 2 a.m. Right? He called me up. I was like in deep sleep. And okay, so what happened? And he told me, okay, so that's the story. I take the first flight and come. He said, you have that much money. So I sent across that money to them. Said, okay, back. I will be in the office tomorrow. Right? And as long as they were there stuck, I was like worried because I don't know what's going to happen now, right? The moment I came back, I took a sigh of relief. Now that is force majeure, in which I could actually free myself from the obligations, right? I could call my people back. That's another example that you can see, which is an act example that happened in my life. Right? It's called force majeure. Is that understood? Okay. Then you have doctrine of waiver. The doctrine of waiver is a voluntary act by a person or a party. Then there is a legal right. So then be my legal right to claim for the extra that I have used in order to complete that project. But I choose not to do that and surrender that doctrine of waiver. Okay, I'm not going to charge you for this material. I'm just leaving it on you, sir. But I also want you to make sure that you give the next track to me. I can leave that. So, and that's a very general thing that happens, right? So that's called doctrine waiver. Then your privity of contracts, the privacy basically. The doctrine of privity implies that the contract cannot confer rights or obligations to any other party than those directly involved in the contract. So nobody should know what is between you and the buyer, right? The resolution, it is about taking actions or finding a resolution in case of disputes. And finally, termination for the convenience of the buyer. This involves termination of the contract by the buyer under the circumstances. He doesn't like anything. He can come and say, okay, so I don't want your chaps to be here from tomorrow, right? And it's there. So that is termination for the of buyer. So the key terms that we use in the procurement management is that to all of us, give me a quick yes in chat window, please. Yeah. And now let's talk about those processes. So the of the project procurement management is, so the procurement management includes the processes necessary to purchase or acquire services or results needed from outside project team. Anything which is coming from the outside of the project team is a part of procurement management, right? So the procurement management helps in determining the types of contracts to be issued and leads in managing the contracts with the seller, right? So basically, ordering a vendor, giving them their agreements, making sure that they are delivering the products on time. Sometimes they are following the quality parameters, and their bills are paid. That is the whole story that we do here in procurement management. So let's start with the planned procurement management. So if you look at the processes, we have three of them: the procurement management, conduct procurement, and controlling the procurement. So we're going to start off with the procurement management now. So what do we do? So procurement management is the process of documenting project procurement decisions, procurement approach, and identifying the potential sellers. 55 sellers out of many sellers, say 10 of those, I or identify 5 who could give me that material or service or product, right? So do that in plan procurement management. I don't start the procurement right now because I don't want to dump my money into it by buying the or onboarding the seller right now. I think that at the time of execution, of course, right? So need for planning the procurement, I need my business documents, project management plan, project documents. Now, what all are the project documents which are scope related documents? Because yes, there is also procurement. So, so what all are the project documents? The scope related documents would be def. Then we have timeline related documents here. We have cost related documents here because based on that I need to do the procurement, the resource, requirement basically require resource management and allocation of the resources. I need those documents. So these would be the documents here as environmental factors and OPA. All that goes in. What do? You use your expert judgment, data gathering, data analysis, source selection analysis, and things. Right? Now, what is expert judgment? So you ask somebody that what that I need to buy from outside. Data gathering again, online and offline data gathering that you do with to the related similar projects to get an idea. And what all things you would be needing, what vendors you should attend or or should onboard, checking the backgrounds. That's the data gathering part. Right? Data analysis is analyzing the proposals set. So basic proposal evaluation and analysis comes under the analysis here, right? Analyze the proposals, you see responses, you see the L1s and the L2s and the L3s, you do that. So based on those documents that you have here, you prepare, make or buy a decision. Okay, so it's not the proposal here because then we will onboard them in the. Okay, apologies guys. So the analysis no, it is not the proposal analysis. It is a process. So my humble apologies for that. I stand corrected. Here in data analysis that you do, it is called make or buy analysis. Can you for me please? Make buy analysis. We do an analysis in which we identify what all things that we could make in house and what buy from outside. For example, we bring up a PepsiCo bottling plant in now Badi is a place in Himachal Pradesh that is in India. Right? We were setting up a bottling plant there now, and it was for the PET bottles. So when we were setting it up, we had some choices. Either yes, so either we can PET bottles, which is 650 ml bottles, vendor who also produces those bottles for Coke, for various different companies, right? Or we could produce those bottles in house. So then we did the make or buy analysis, and we came out with the result that we should buy it from the vendor rather than setting up our own equipment, our own mold machines to those bottles in house, right? And the analysis. I'm not going to go into the details of the analysis though, right? Because that's very very confidential, right? So what was the analysis and how we decided that we're going to buy it? But I'll tell you that we bought it from the outside rather inside. Yeah, that is Kalyamurthy. The P accountable for that. He is responsible for that. P to plan it, execute it, make a vendor on the day that you want to start the foundation work. You need to have that foundation vendor at the site. That is accountability. Not doing contracts with them, right? Yeah, so you can, and that's the key. The project manager gets the things done, not actually doing them yourself. Get it right? Integrate cost. Selection criteria, we all understand source selection criteria, right? So just like the credibility, the evaluation, the integrity of that vendor, the credibility of that, the capability of that vendor, their houses, their their bandwidth. These can be the source selection criteria. Technology, skills. You understand? These are all source selection analysis that you do. So you do the make or buy analysis, then you do the source selection analysis, and then you have procurement management plan ready, which is to tell what all things that you're going to procure from outside. All of that is written inside your procurement management plan, and then your procurement strategy. There you go. The entire modus operandi, that at what stage which vendor I'm going to own board. Procurement strategy can very well be a part of your procurement management plan itself. It doesn't be a different document, you know, but you can make it a part of the procurement management plan. But if you always want to have a different document, you can also have procurement strategy as a separate document for if the projects are too big. I mean, huge. Then now bidding documents are, for all the procurement related, tracks, I need to invite the bids, right? And I would have those bid documents, right? Of work that what all things we can procure, what all things would be in scope of that. So criteria that on what basis we are that we're going to go with vendor A rather than going with vendor B. Make decision, bingo, there you go. This is in the data analysis. That would be make or buy analysis, and you come up with the make or buy decisions. That what you make, what you're gonna buy. Independent cost estimates that for that particular procurement, what is the independent cost rather than the entire project. Those independent procurements would also come out, of course, because that might ask you to change a few things in the timeline, which is already frozen, or on the scope of it, or on the cost part of it. So the request, again, going back to integrated change control, right, for same fate. The project documents update and the OPA update, because there are a lot of learnings in your procurement planning, and you keep that intact. You want to keep that and use it for the next project. So that's the process of procurement management. Yeah, procurement management plan. Is that clear to all of us? Give me a yes in chat window, please. Yeah. Conduct the procurement. Let's go into the execution and conduct the procurement. I got an unmuted mic. Whose mic is unmuted, guys? Just mute. Okay. No. Okay. So let's go and do conduct in the execution. Let's onboard the vendors. So we get a bidder conference now, right? So procurement is the process of obtaining seller's responses. So the seller response, seller, and awarding a contract to him. It belongs to the process, right? So what goes in? The project management plan goes in, right? The project documents. What are the documents? All the documents which are coming from the previous process. Everything goes in here, right? And you have procurement documentation. Now, procurement documentation is based on the requirement documentation. That what things are required as per what all things need to procure. So it is all those procurement documents are here. Proposals, of course, you have sent them the request for bids, because bidding documents were the output of the previous process, right? You have sellers' responses against them, enterprise factors in the OPA, everything goes in. What you do bidder conference, and please don't mind bidder conference written twice here. So you have bidder conference, then you use the advertisement. You've seen that the bids are invited for so and so work. Please before that date online. Application can be submitted on by going into www.xxx.com, right? Somebody responses there, right? So that is advertisement that you give in the newspapers or any e-platform. Analysis. Now, what is the data analysis? Now, that is where you're gonna have the contract, the proposed analysis as the data analysis part. So that's what I said. That when you come to the conduct procurement, that is where you would do the data analysis as the proposal analysis. So you would analyze the proposal, all of them here. You would do a conference. I'll just come back to what winner conference is. Use your interpersonal and team skills. So what out of it? You get sellers. There you go. So now you have the sellers with you, right? The agreement's done. So agreements are done, dusted. Change that. Of course, an execution process, you might have a change request from here. Changes the scope, schedule, cost, whatever. Right? Project and plan update, documents update, and OPA updates again. So learning updated back into the OPA. The project documents get updated because your stakeholder register awarding is giving him the contract. That is what awarding means. So I award you. So I yes, award you. Okay. So you have the selected sellers, you have their agreements, change requests, project plan gets updated, project documents. Now look at the project documents part here, and I was talking about that. In fact, stakeholder register will 100% be updated here. Yes, because you have the people from vendor who again becomes your stakeholders. New, right? Welcome to the club. So you have this thing, right? So you those documents updating, use registers getting updating, issue logs getting updated, right? So that as the bidder conference are scheduled reviews for interested suppliers to ask questions and information on the request for proposal quotation or information, right? They that all the bidders receive the same information at the same. So just to be non-partial, what is as buyer bidder conference, we call all the bidders and say, okay, so this is what we have, we have this work, and we want someone from you to complete that work for us. Now give us any questions that you might have regarding this project, and we do the clarification, and then you can your proposals here. So that is the conference part, based on which we select sellers here. We do the agreements with them. Our project management plan gets updated, documents, and the OPA gets updated. All of us, give me a short window, please. Yeah. Procurement. Now controlling the procurement. Controlling procurement is the process of managing procurement relationships, contract performance, and making changes and to contracts as appropriate. It is checking that if the material that the vendor is sending you is for the quality or not. Is he following the quality assurance processes? His bills are getting cleared or not? If contract is closing, do have all the closing documents, those procurements basically. Okay. So throughout the process, you keep on checking the effectiveness of the process. You make those changes as per the as and when they are appropriate. You make changes as well. So once you have the project management plan going in, project documents going in, all the documents that you have in your position right now, along with the procurement documentation, which is up, as you can see, agreements, approved change request. Now, where you saw the approved change request before, it was approved. Of course, management plan. Tell us wherein approved change request was going in as a direct. Thank you so much for that, Shikhil. What else? Other process I'm speaking. Can you hear me? Mic test check. Kyle. Yeah. Okay. No. In process, which monitoring control process? Piyush? Quality. You remember that? Quality. With in the last class, control the quality has an input. First, you remember now? Big that for now the quality was okay, and since the time we have done those changes, the quality some problems. So, and that be because of those approved change requests, and that's why we were taking them as an input. You remember that story? No, you don't. Guys, go back, read. Yeah. Change request here. Okay, we'll come to that. Controlling the procurement. Then you performance data going in. It has environmental factors and the PA going in. What do? You use expert judgment, claim administration. Now that A, which you see in expert judgment quotient, is basically of administration. On the next one, claim administration, right? Data is inspections and audits. Now, what you did do here is you do the data analysis and check that as per the change request, which proved, you need to do some changes in the contract, or need to have a new contract, right? If there was a change request for, say, improving the quality, say, right, but require another vendor, external vendor, to check of the products before they are shipped. Now, so a contract with the vendor in that case. So you that based the approved change request, that be a part of that. That essentially means that approved change request should be an input to that. Give me that window. I could see. Yeah. You understand? So what I'm saying is that based on the approved change request, I may need to have a new agreement on place or a new procurement on place, or maybe I need to do some changes in the existing procurement documents that I have. That will change request as an input. Yeah. Yeah. No. That is doing data analysis. There's the inspection. Inspection means to check that the products or service that the vendor is sending us as per the quality, and then you audit the processes again, right? Are we following the process? Is the vendor following the process? Right? What will be the output? That process keeps on going. You keep on managing those relationships with the vendors. Close the procurement. Now that closing the procurement goes as an input for closing the project process, right? So goes there. You should be remembering that right now, right? So procurement has the input and work performance information. So data comes in, information goes out. Documentation. Now there you go. Now procurement documentation as an output. This is exactly what I was saying. That's on the approved change request. You need to have a new procurement document for that. Give me if you understand what I'm saying. Sense, right? Mix. Okay. Any other request? We already talked about it. And the project management plan update, documents update, and earnings gets updated at the organizational process assets. So that's the process of controlling the procurement. Is that clear to all of us? Give me a yes, please. Yes. That is where we complete this chapter. So procurement is over now. We are only with one chapter, which would take another hour or so, and then we're going to talk about the project submission. I'll show you those documents, and we'll do a project then. Okay. Start with the quiz now. Primary objective of negotiations. Okay. Fast. Piyush goes down. You need to clarify the contract scope. Come on, guys. The vendor to buy the contract scope. Do that. Don't do that. Okay. So for MP, the answer is alpha. Find a proposition for both parties. To be manager, the answer is bravo. Get the best. Yeah. Here, but you are a project manager, you always going to go with bravo. Okay, is alpha. Fine. Win-win proposition for both the parties. That's the right. Okay. Of selecting a seller from the shortlisted ones and awarding a contract. The steps involves receiving the bids or proposals and applying the defined selection criteria to select the sellers who fight to perform. The which of the following is not an input to this process? First, you need to identify the process and need to find which is an input. Alphas, Bravos, Charlies flying, deltas flying in. Make it yes, but of which process? And process it is talking about right now. If you already have shortlisted ones and you need to select and award a contract to him. In process, you do the award. Name the please. Which process? Name the process. Conduct. Procurement. One is not an input. So the bidder conference. Bidder is not an input. That's a technique. You remember that? Yeah. The answer. Okay. Then conduct procurement. There you go. The procurement process, right? The output of this process are the project management plan, procurement documentation, resource selection criteria, selected proposals, project documents, make or buy decisions, and organizational process. Bidder conference is the tool for this process. That's you see a few of you may think that it is talking about management plan. The other thing it is talking about controlling the procurement, just like a lot of people actually said, right? That it is controlling the procurement. No, it is conducting the procurement. Is it? Yes? Okay. You have been contract manager in drafting for large project with limited scope clarity. Large projects, limited scope clarity. Which contract should you suggest that your organization doesn't incur financial losses? So you cannot go with the fixed price, right? Kittens and puppies. Okay. Alpha, Charlie. So you go with one of them. Vasu. Definitely alpha. I would not go alpha actually. You know why? And the cap option is not given to me. So time and material with a cap, I would have gone with alpha. But no, it should be Charlie here, which is cost plus fixed fees. Incentive fee. Clarity. Now, because of that reason, we will be able to decide. Yes, I'm coming to that, Dinesh. I'm answering that. It is because I cannot go alpha because that's a big project. I cannot go bravo. I don't have clarity on the scope. I cannot go delta because the incentive cannot be decided until unless I'm clear about the scope of work. Based on that only I can. But I can always give a fixed fee. You know, I'm paying you $100. Cost to be the only option that you can actually go with. A lot of answered, Charlie, but for the rest of the people, I just wanted to clarify. Yeah, makes sense. Good. Fees contract now this cost plus incentive fees, right? The contract has an estimated cost of $150,000, predetermined fees of $15 and has share ratio buyer to seller equals to 70-30. The actual cost of the project is $120,000. How saving did the seller make in total? Out of the total savings, how much did he make due to incentive? Maths, maths. Hey, serious? Why they? I see your responses, guys. Tell Alphas, Bravos, Charlies. Oh, I see your responses. I can see WebEx notification, WebEx application is not responding. So it is asking me to close that and restart that. So probably I have to read the WebEx. You can right. And then also you can cancel it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Guys, can you hear me? I'm back.
Yes, Sachin, we are able to hear you.
Yeah, the message for Simply and support team. Do not go too far from here. I don't know. Next time, Wes can put me out.
Sure.
Stay.
So
Yeah?
I would just share my number as well so that you can immediately connect with me.
You have mine with you, right? So can you drop
Yep.
me yours? Yeah.
Sure, sure. I'll do that.
Thank
Welcome.
you. Okay, back to work. So I saw a lot of these jokes being cracked on me immediately, waiting for those controls to come back. I could see all of those. Not for you, because I know the names of the people who were cracking them. So, but that, I get this option of selecting the best three candidates out of the lot every time. Yeah, if you know here. So, okay, I know the name. There you go. Hey, question is that's a change request. I mean, so that basically asks for a change request, and if I get an approval, I would probably add those 15 minutes to my 4 hours today. So, I will list. I can guess that. I'm not saying it. Okay, so we were okay in the question spot, right? So I'm gonna share with you again, and it on 2, 1. Now, that guys, the answer is alpha. Well, that's simple math, right? 150,000 minus 120,000 gives you 30,000, a ratio of 70/30, right? So the 30% of 30,000 is 9,000. So that's plain and simple. 30K and 9K, right? That's the here. Okay, so that's correct answer is alpha here. The cost of the project 150 is 120. So 100, minus 150 gives you 30,000. What the that's a cost plus incentive fee. So there was an incentive, you know, uh, which will be given to you any which ways. But right now, it's share ratio, very share ratio. So 30%, so 70% still goes the buyers, and 30% is goes to the sellers. So that is what it means. Yeah, this is 15K numbers just to confuse you. Or, but if you want to calculate cost of it, so 144K that would be 120 plus 9 that a vendor gets, right? And 15 is predetermined. So $144,000 actual cost plus the incentive plus the fixed predetermined fee, the fixed fee to it. Yeah? Understood? Am I still not? Okay, thank you. Okay, next question then. Manager of a construction project, you are inviting requests for proposals from eligible vendors. Going through the list, you find name of your friend and ex-colleague from the university, a methodical, sharp student and expert in his subject. What do you do next? You hear, right? So when we're talking about the things here, how to steer yourself away from the bidding process and from your sponsor. This is what exactly Sachin Ghosh did. I would say, Mabu is one of the they would trust me. The answer is here. We are is the answer. This is on the exam. No, so that my story is real, right? But that's in here. Is it inevitable? Okay. Small and yeah, I mean, so but which projects nowadays are happening? So all of India. So I've been going quite fast nowadays. And you would see a lot of Indians settling there already, especially in infrastructure and construction. Nairobi, the Mall of Nairobi. I mean, so if you are from there, which part you are from, Anderson? Nairobi or somewhere near? Okay, so that and that church which was unfortunately attacked like a couple of years back, died. So that's a fantastic mall. I mean, so I love that place. Basket Mall, pretty good. So, okay, so okay, saying that is small. Everybody knows everybody, right? I'm pretty soon. I mean, so a new project there, so probably I go there for like a month or so. So Charlie is correct, guys. Here, which of the following is not an advantage of a fixed price contract? Not an advantage. Alpha. So the answer delta. Dating the price to cover the risk will only result in increasing the price for the buyers. This is not definitely not an advantage here. So if you do that, that would increase the cost for the buyers, right? So how can that be an advantage for you? Very simple, straightforward, right? Okay. Manager, you arrange to have another company provide debris removal services for a construction project. The owner of a small debris removal company is ready to perform service on half of the cost of several companies that bid on the service. Right? You need to use his services, and he offers his handshake as a contract, saying that's how he's been operating for more than years. What do? That's an easy pick, right? He won old man, do the contract right there. What the project manager? Charles, I might go for Delta. Now, who do you work for? Have you seen any company, we go and say, okay, can I shake hand with them and, can I with the work and they would agree on that? I think it is the very first line of this chapter. It says contract has to be legal and in writing. You remember that line? That's the first line which is written there. You want like more slides? I can take you back. Yeah? Explain that you require a written contract and can be reviewed and signed by both parties and provides clear descriptions of the services and will be rendered. The payment received for the services and remedies in event of the disagreements, right? So the answer should be Charlie, right? So you might have your own thoughts. So I should be Charlie. It is Charlie, right? Yeah? Yeah? Okay. your construction project and are concerned about the risk of completing the framing of a project which requires the purchase of a lot of supplies. Try to outsource this to a company that specializes in framing. Which type of contract would be the best for this service? That's an easy because they are going bravo. Bravo. Okay. And the bravo fixed incentive fee. Okay. For you. Now, reason when you select option on basis you fixed price contract. What is that? Large construction project? Yes. And yet there is a risk of completing the framing work on time and requires a lot of supplies. And your supplies, I get the material with a cap, fixed price. It cannot be. You remember I said, so if you want to use the time and material for big projects, you can actually do that and a cap apply. Why should cap? Okay, so now that's a fair question. Why should be a cap? Cap is because if you enter only in a time and material contract, right, that can give you lethal results because that's a big project, and over time the escalation would be so high that you'll end up paying a lot more money that you would expect. So try to cap it up. You need to say, okay, so okay, you ask me this much of money, I can maximum give you this much. So that's the cap. But we're gonna start here. But you would at no point of time you will be beyond that, right? The caps are required because you have a lot of things to supply, huge scales to board to frames to whatnot, right? Yeah. Okay. So let's see. Yeah. So this is delta here. So it says as the framework requires a lot of supplies. Bingo. So that's what I said, right? Lot is you do not want to pay any additional markups on the material used. You understand markups, right? The escalation. Time with a cap or C would be the contract for this work. Because you cannot go for a fixed price because you don't have a scope free. So you would be going with that. The only other option, that only feasible option out of these four is material with a cap. Is that? Yeah. Tell me, how many of us got 8 out of 8? Tell me 8, 7. How many of us? A contract is a mutually binding agreement that obligates the sellers to provide specified goods, services, or reserve, and obligates the buyer to provide the monetary or valuable considerations in return. In centralized contracting, a single contract manager handles multiple projects. With decentralized contracting, a contract manager is assigned to a project full time and reports to the project. The three types of contract are cost reimbursable, time and material, and fixed price. Right? Project procurement management includes processes necessary to purchase or acquire products, services, or results needed from outside of the project team. The project procurement management processes, they are and procurement management, procurement, and controlling the procurement. Right? So that is you end this chapter. For additional reading, do the exercise number 21, 22. Your procurement management. So immediately with risk management, and once we are done with this, beginning I can help you guys out with the project submission. So much. So I'll just pull out the risk management now. It is 38, so we still have time. So we started at what, 9, right? 10. So, okay. Make a break later, right? Right? So 10, 15 minutes. That's the guys. Project. Shall we? Pretty good. Okay, let's objectives. Risk. First and foremost, define risk. Discrete terms related to the risk. Learn to calculate risk. This is called qualitative analysis. Calculating the risk is calculating the quality of it. Qualitative risk analysis. Identify different categories of risk: positive risk, negative risk. Right? This is a project risk management processes. So these are the 5 things we need to do. First, tell me what is a risk. Define risk for me, please. What is very good? Unknown, pretty good. Okay, unknown. My deviation, but yes, something that can impact your cost and timeline. Not okay. For agency now, you see, I would say all of you, but half of you, say, if you definitions up ahead, almost half of you said that risk is dangerous, right? Right? Risk, correct? Now you know, lot of you in your definition says that are bad. Why that gives you negative consequences. No, it is not the definition of the risk, ladies and gentlemen. Undo, unknown. Risk is any uncertain event is a risk. That's all. Uncertain is a risk. Now the uncertainty that we talk about, a positive uncertainty can be a negative uncertainty. So it's a positive, that opportunity in the project. If it's negative uncertainty, it is a threat in the project. And that's what called a SWOT analysis, SWOT. You know SWOT? There's something to do when we were in colleges, and then again we still do that in our professions, right? To make people understand that what falls where, right? Yeah. So after SWOT analysis, you realize that whether it is a threat or an opportunity. Before that, is only an uncertain event. That is all, right? So we can talk about that now. So risk. Now I'll give you the examples of both here, right? Risk is an uncertain event or a condition. If it occurs, has a positive or negative effect on one or more of the project's objectives. That's the thing, right? You are managing a gas pipeline expansion project in Canada. The project funds are allocated in US dollars, even though most of the expenses are in Canadian dollars. Exchange fluctuations are high risk to the project budget. Shortly after the project starts, the Canadian dollar depreciates significantly, which contributes to a budget surplus. There you go. This is a positive risk. So if it happened, it wouldn't happen, gave you the profit, right? If from days construction of a commercial office start, the project timelines may be. This is an example of the negative risk, right? So not and positive risk, negative risk, right? So a risk is only an uncertain event. If that event will give you positive or negative effect on project, if it gives you the positive effect, it is called opportunity in the project. If that gives you a negative effect on the project, that is called a threat project. Is that understood all of us? Give me a yes, please. Okay. Move. If something positive happens in the project, what you can do? These are called positive risk response strategies. Positive response strategies, right? So what you can do if you have positive risk in the project, right? A risk has positive impact associated with them and are often called opportunities. Response types. So one was enhance, the other to share, third one is to exploit, the fourth is to accept, right? So enhance the enhanced strategy is to increase the probability or the impact of an opportunity. So what do you do? A construction project that involved building 6 apartment complexes in different parts of the country is one of the team is using a new construction design tool that increased the efficiency by 20%. The project enhances this result by having the other construction team use the same tool. Right now, so this is the opportunity that you saw in the project. You actually enhance that, right? That is enhancing. Then comes the opportunity. Sharing involves transferring ownership of an opportunity to a third party. So here's the say some of the benefits the opportunity occurs. I'll give you a little example of that. You know, so open source can be one of them. Example again, a live one that I had recently. In fact, yesterday. So what happened is Simply Learn called me up yesterday. So Simply is a huge organization. You understand that, right? There are a lot of other divisions with Simply Learn only, right? Touch with all of them since about 8 years now. So we B2B teams called up and they said, okay, so we have some work for you, and for that you might need to travel on the weekend, right? Because the opportunity is here in Bangalore, so able to travel Friday evening, come down here, and take up a Saturday Sunday workshop and go back on Sunday night. I'll not be able to do that because Saturday Sundays I'm taking one of the LVCs from the other line of businesses within the same organization. I said, okay, suggest who's do that. I said, so let me think about it. And project training, 2 days training program. So I sort of, for a couple of minutes, and I dialed Jatin's number. So Jatin happens to be a good friend of mine. He's a fantastic trainer, right? He's a guy. So I called him up and I said, okay, so what are you doing on weekends? He said, nothing. I'll be at work. I mean, so you take all those workshops on the weekend. I don't do that. Okay, so for a change, would you like to travel to Bangalore and take up a batch for me there? Yeah. He said, I can do that, but I'm going to charge, say, 15,000 rupees a day. I said, 15,000 for 2 days, no problem. And the moment he says yes, I send me in your details and booking your tickets. I called Simply Learn immediately and said, okay, so my other trainer who can take it up, and I standard rate. Oh, well, Simply Learn said, okay, fine. Now, I know paying him 30, but all the disclose that how much I'm charging Simply Learn here, but I'm saving for money, right? And doing nothing by doing right. So just taking class today there in Bangalore. He'll be taking class tomorrow. He'll be flying tomorrow's evening, right? Still get right. So that is your opportunity. So I had an opportunity. Avoid that I could not enhance that because I was tied up too much, right? Taking those mornings, evenings, and night batches, right? But share it, and I can earn the revenue from that. So about sharing the opportunity, I have an example in front of you, ladies and gentlemen. Are you able to connect here? Yeah, that's opportunity. Then exploiting the opportunity. The exploit strategy can be used for high priority opportunities where organization wants to ensure that the opportunity is realized. But a large software development project has 3 working on different components within the architecture, right? So if one of the teams completes work sooner than the scheduled, the project manager can exploit this opportunity by allocating work for other two teams to it, right? So this extension, expectation. So that's who are working on those teams, they did their part just to make sure that they have enough time to roam around. And the manager said, okay, so why don't you help the other guys? Let's do the project sooner. Exploiting the opportunity. And five, accepting the opportunity, ladies and gentlemen. Accept opportunity, acknowledges its existence, but no active action is taken. So you know there's an opportunity, but you can't help it. You can't do anything about it. You simply accept that. That's not accepting an opportunity. For example, a constructing an overpass in a large city will have experienced constructors to draw on. As the project is constrained to construction of the overpass, and here there is little opportunity to enhance or exploit the positive effects of the risk, the project simply accepts the risk. Right? So it helps that, right? I don't have an option. We can apply such a wonderful manpower, right? So project is constrained, so it's really hard chance to those resources somewhere. So I simply accept that. Okay, I know I have people. Accepting. Are all four understood to all of us? Give me a yes in chat window, please. Okay. You then have similarly for the negative risk responses. So you have avoid the risk, then you have the risk, mitigate the risk, and finally you have accepting the risk, right? So the four risks that you have, give me one quick second here. Okay. Okay, the avoid. Risk avoidance is when the project team acts to eliminate the threat of project, the project from its impact. For example, building a new offshore drilling rig in Gulf of Mexico, the hurricane during the setup would impact the schedule and the budget. The project manager avoids this risk by setting up the rig outside the hurricane season. So he avoided the entire season. This is avoiding the risk. Right? Is so I tell you that we have risk neutral, risk averse, and risk takers, risk seekers. These are the type of people that we have. So this project manager is a risk averse guy. Try risk as long as it is possible, right? Transfer the risk, ladies and gentlemen. Transfer involves shifting the ownership of a threat to a party to manage and to bear the impact of the risk occurs. Now, very simple example. Half of us has term plan, life insurance, right? So somebody term plan, somebody would have a term plan, TRM, term plan, right? I have term plan, yeah, and leave all of you a term plan. That anything in return. And so I'm paying 20,000 per year, and that is without any return. But the benefit of that 20,000 is that they are gone, right? Family gets about what, uh, you know, so that's for 2 crores Indian rupees, right? So this is the amount of money that they're gonna get, right? And you know I'm a traveler, right? So I travel so much. So many at times I take 100 flights in a year, more than 100 flights in a year, right? Like 200 days in a year. So travel involved, lot of jumping around involved. So you never know. So that is covering the risk because you have a risk. You have a financial risk. The moment I'm not there, I'm the all breadwinner, right? So I need to cover that financial risk, and I cover that by transferring that risk to the insurance companies. That is transfer the risk. Is that understood to all of us? Maybe Yeah. Now, what mitigation means? In mitigation, action is taken to reduce the probability of occurrence or the impact of it. The software development project is transitioning from the Java to the .NET programming language. The risk that the developers will not be as familiar with .NET could lead the project schedule delays. The project mitigates this risk by providing trainings to the developers and hire .NET developer as a contractor. Now, this is called mitigation. So I hire a guy and I train my people, right? So risk head on, right? And accepting the risk in which you know that acceptance acknowledges the existence of the threat, but proactive action is taken. Just like a manager is concerned that his team does have access to a printer at their work location. This will allow the team to walk down the hall whenever they need printout. The project decides to accept this risk as it has a low impact on the activity, but yeah, that's a low risk. So it's my chap to walk down the hall and take a printout. Any of that, it is not that high priority risk. That's a low priority risk. So probably I can do that. So the strategies for the positive risk, strategies for the negative risk. I hope this part is good to all of us. Give me yes in the chat window, please. Yeah. Okay. That you use in the risk management. As I said, the negative risk are called threats and the positive risk are called opportunities. Or can only have a negative consequences called pure risk. Definitions that you were giving me initially about things which can give you negative impact, those are basically the pure risk, guys. I have a positive or negative consequences called a business risk. So they might have both the positive and the negatives, right? The one which has only negative is called the pure risk. The other terms, you have the risk averse, one who does not take the risk. You just said you have risk averse, risk seekers, and risk neutral, right? Then you have risk tolerance, the risk which can be tolerated, risk threshold, amount of risk which is accepted, the threshold. So if a storekeeper who keeps on the cement bags which comes to my construction site, at the moment the cement bag number goes below 100, I have to immediately reorder, because after reordering that would take a couple of days for the material to reach the site, and those 100 bags will be sufficient only for the next 2 days. Otherwise, if you do not do it right now, then I would not receive the material and my construction site will stop, right? So the threshold, so that 100 is the threshold. The most below that, right, I have to place an order. That's called threshold, the amount of the risk which is acceptable. So above is acceptable, anything below is not. Right? Remember, the risk occurrence, it is no longer an uncertain event or condition that becomes an issue. Please remember, a risk is an unforeseen event, or so that's the event which is a certain event, right? But it's not. So the risks are not dealt properly, they become issues. So the stop the work on the site, the issue does these things, right? Okay, calculation of the risk. How you calculate the risk? This is called the risk analysis, guys. Quantitative risk analysis. So we managed to the threshold plus something is equals to tolerance. Yes, you can say that. The reality is that I can be a 10% hit on my schedule, right? But that is tolerance basically. So that is tolerable. Just like do it in 30 days, I can take a 10%, 3 days extra. So I actually do it in 33 days. This is called basically the tolerance of the risk, right? When it comes to threshold is that beyond this point, it becomes a risk. Just if I have 150 bags of cement, that's not a risk. I have 125, not a risk. I have 102, no, I have 99, that's a risk. That's called threshold. That's the difference. So it is risk tolerance basically. 4 3. Yeah. Okay. Only if they measured qualitatively, quantitative, right? It is measured by assigning a monitoring value to it. Risk calculated by multiplying probability and impact. This is called probability impact analysis. That's the quality first, and then you mathematically analyze it becomes the quantitative risk analysis. Right. So the process is to have that map handy with you guys. To this, you would see 5 processes in the risk planning. Right. One the execution and one in monitoring and control. So when you go 5, not monetary value, we add monetary value so that we can see who all are the low priority risks, who are priority risks, and who all are the medium priority risks. I'll just come to that direct. Can you stay with me for like 5 minutes? Just coming back to this. So the risk exposure, the form is the probability into impact, where risk probability is the likelihood of happening of that risk, and the impact is the effect on the project objectives if the risk happens. For example, I'll give an example here. You see, calculating the expected monitoring value now. You should remember always EMV, expected monitoring value, is probability into impact, right? Please remember that. Just like I have 3 of those work packages, guys, right? Also give your answer direct here. So we have packages X, Y, and Z. The probability of risk on X is 25%, on Y it is 40%, and it is 10%. Fact is that if that risk happens, if they happen on a work package X, there would be impact of minus $10,000. So that means there would be loss of $10,000. So 2% of 10,000 is the probability into impact ratio, right, for X. So come back to it. Just like 3% of minus 2,000 for Y, and for 0% of plus 20,000. So it's an opportunity here, right? So if you get the EMV, how do you do that? Probability into impact gives you 2,500. Why? 20% of 10 is 25,000, correct? Similarly, 40 of 2,000 is 800, and both negative numbers. And the 10% of 20,000, which plus $1,000. The total V right now stands to be minus $13,000. So they can be expected monitoring value that is in the qualitative risk analysis, which would also be used for quantitative risk analysis. So both quality, this is quality right now, quality of that risk. So the impact is high, probability is high, that the risk is a very high quality risk. The impact is low and probability is high, then a medium quality risk or at times a low quality risk. Why? Because impact is low and the probability is also low. 10% of 5 gives you less, 10% of 50 gives you more. So this is to have those monitoring numbers here, right? This is an example of EMV, guys. How do you get that? Probability to impact. Is that clear to all of us? We just need to remember this bit right now. Okay. Then you have categorization. How many are the categories of the risk? So we have external risk, internal risk, technical risk, and the project management risk. We have scope, resource, schedule, cost, quality risk as well, right? But the 4 major categories here. And risks are any factors who are outside of the project, just like government regulations, policies, subcontract suppliers, environment, These are of the external factors. These are the which outside of the body of the project, right? These are external risks. Risks arise in the project. For example, finding resources, prioritization. So that is called interest, right? The technical risk arises out of technical technology being used. For example, requirement, technology, quality, developer, team skills, skills, or can be a technical risk, project management related risk. Arrangement activities, for example, estimate planning, scheduling, communication. These factors we can also have the risk in the project. Now, the other category is scope risk, risk, quality risk. All those are also cost risk. So this is categorize the risk. Is that clear? Give me a pretty good. Okay. So move decision tree. Okay, I'll not do the decision tree right now. We'll take 15 minutes break. We'll come back. We'll do decision tree then. Okay. So I want to take a break now. It's been around what? Well, so it's been quite some time, right? So let's take a break. I'm gonna stop this presentation now and see each other at 11:20. Should that work? Okay. I'll keep mute. I'll come 11:20 then. Thank you. 1, 2, 3. Guys, I'll be back. Yeah. So we're going to start the post-break session now. I'm sharing with you now. Let me know that. Thank you. Okay. So at the risk categorization, in which we had the external, internal, technical, and project management related risk, and about to talk about the quant analysis, which is about the decision tree. Now, decision tree is a very common tool that we use to choose which way to go. I mean, so this is just like this. Now, so I'll tell you a story here for a couple of minutes. Say situation that there is that I'm doing my IPL match. I'm doing my IPL match. In that there is a possibility that the the, uh, the state lights can actually go off because those lights are running on direct electricity provided the municipal corporation, right? So everything goes back to belong to the grid. The stadium can be dark, right? Now, which might happen, might not happen. So quality of that risk, the quality, high quality risk. Why? Because there is possibility. Say there are 20% chances that can actually happen. If that happens, the impact would be high. Correct. So categorizes it as a high quality risk. Now I need to mitigate that risk. I need to do the quantitative risk analysis to choose the direction I should go. One that I, alternative power source, which like I can hire the generators, hire those generators which power the electricity. So the main electricity goes off, I can turn my generators and can run it on generators. But that transformation time would 10 minutes. So for at least 10 minutes, I would have no lights in stadium because the more electricity goes out, it is like all blank. All four lights will be off. It would take me about 10 minutes to switch on each of those generators because they're huge generators, and then I need to switch the powers as well, right? Take 10 minutes. That's the idea is that I run the entire match on generators only and keep main power source as the secondary option. You know why? Because there is no chance on earth that all four generators can go down at the same time. So one of them goes down, still the match can continue with the rest of the lights, right? And I will switch that particular generator with the power supply, the main municipal corporation power supply, right? So another option. Now I need to choose that what is the impact going on to, or if I calculate the EMV, the estimated monitoring value or the risk associated with it, I can choose to go one of these ways, right? I prefer to run them on generators. So what is, I have four different generators and I have them connected to four individually, and I'm on the generators and I keep the secondary power source, which is the municipal corporation, on standby. This is how I generally do that, right? Because municipal electricity that can go anytime, and if it does, it all blank. So then getting it all blank, I would prefer it. If there is a fault with one of the generators, the rest of the three lights are on. So they decided based on the decision tree. Now, how to work on the decision tree is pretty simple. So I'm going to explain that here. So that's the decision tree in front of you. A decision tree is used to analyze risk and its impact on decisions on the face of uncertainties. Now, for example, if you have a car, which one you buy? the has a risk over a period of 5 years. So for the 5 years, I need to decide whether to buy a used car or a new car. So the cost of the new car is $20,000, whereas the initial cost of the old car is $15,000. So if you go with new car, the failability is only 10% because that's a brand new car. And the next 5 years, there are percent chances only that it failed you. So if it's due in the next 5 years, it's going to cost you about $15,000, right? Fares and the rest of the stuff. And if it is, which is 90% of the chances, you would have no impact. So the impact would be zero. See, if you bought an old car, you $15,000 upfront, which saves $1,000, but in the 5 years, the probability of failure is 70% because that's already an old car, and that can give you some trouble in the next 5 years, right? So probability 70%, and the effect is $10,000 because old car spare parts are cheaper than that of those new ones. We actually replace that with another, part, right? So the impact is $10,000, and the ability of working for the next 5 years is 30%. There is no impact. So you calculate the total risk exposed, total risk associated with both options. The calculation is given at the bottom here. Associated with the new car is $20,000 plus 15,000 into 10%, 0 to 90% gives you 21,500. So that is associated with first option of the new car. That is second option, which is for old car, which is 15,000 plus percent of the $10 plus 0 of 30,000, which makes it $22,000. So which option has the higher risk? Old. So which is why? Of course, how you decided that? On the basis of the decision tree. Understood this concept, guys? Yeah. With the tree, you also make the mix, which is called. Give me a quick second. I'll just put myself on mute for 30 seconds, please. Take some of the neighborhood needed my help for something, so I'm sorry for that. Okay, I'm right, guys. Yeah. Okay. How is calculated here? There is a calculation that a lot of options. Now that's a very good question, Chandra. You see, the property is a you know and gas basically, right? What do you think? Now there can be a lot of factors. Your past experience, there can be an expert judgment, there be even a calculation and a search as well. So just like when you the decision analysis or the research, right? You go online, offline, collect that data collection basically. So that gives you the probability of that. And impact is what you have estimated that, what is the estimate of the impact. So that's again the research only. So these are all intelligent guesses basically. Data of course. So there can be a lot of data backup on that, right? But mostly it is a guess, right? Now I'll show you that table right now, which gives you that impact matrix basically. How do you calculate that, right? So, given in after a few slides. Now we taught the risk reserves. Do you remember about contingency reserves and the management reserves? You remember? Yeah. Did you the Paris story? During Paris, me and Sanjay Sharma, known the dog one, yes, knowns and the unknown. Yep, that's the same here. So just the story here, but big topic was going on, so I discussed that at that part, right? Project cost should include both the knowns and the unknown risk. Unknown reserve, absolutely good, fantastic. Various risk reserves are calculated in order given below. On the activities level, you have some reserve. On the work packages, you have some. You have on the control accounts, and on the projects, and on the contingency. Then you have baseline, and above the cost baseline, you have the management reserve. You remember about it that the baseline doesn't have management reserve, but the entire project budget has it. So there, right? So inside is only the contingency reserve, which is added, right? The entire budget also includes the management reserve, right? So then here, so you have it. So where all you have those reserves. So you have them on activities, you have them on work packages, you have control accounts on the projects, contingency reserves on the baseline. Then you have it on the management reserve side, right? Remember that Sanjay and Sachin story, so you can connect back here. That's actually going as for that. For the unknown factors, you need management reserve with you. For the known unknowns, reserve for known uncertainties when you come to contingency reserve, right? So that is risk reserve part. Coming to risk management processes. So risk management includes the processes of conducting risk management plan, identification, analysis, response planning, response implementation, and monitoring of a risk on a project, right? The key objectives of the risk management is to increase the probability and impact of the positive events and increase the probability and impact of the negative uh, events, right? So the point is to be increased, the negatives to be decreased. That's objective of the risk management, right? Now, if you talk a business scenario for say here, Cynthia is a subject matter expert and the director of a new store construction in this market. She has expertise and experience in managing complex store constructions for the duration. She has been appointed as the manager of the new large and construction projects involving a gas station, right? Of the previous construction projects included a gas station and convenience store components, right? This is a new initiative and a way for the company to diversify its business. This project is critical to the business, well visible to the management, and can be a career maker or a breaker for Cynthia. The senior management is anxious to see the project brought to life, but the company lacks a strong risk management process. The company would like Cynthia to prepare a risk response plan and submit it prior to the project first milestone in 3 weeks. What did Cynthia do? How would risk management process? Okay. What is happening is Cynthia doesn't have any previous experience in gas station projects or convenience store projects. Yeah, that's the starting point. That's the starting first try and search the SMEs and externally. You make a core team and their inputs on what can be the risk in a gas station project. Gas station projects are very, very risky. If it goes wrong, boom, the entire project goes boom. So you can't risk it. So you need to hire those SMEs. Then how because SME would definitely be working on some similar projects in the past. So it suggests you a lot of things in that. You consider those things. You take expert advice, right? Expert judgment, and accordingly you should go ahead and prepare your risk response plan. So this is what Cynthia. Let's see what the solution says. As a company, the risk management structure and has handled risk poorly in the past, Cynthia should first search internally for risk experts. There you go. Internal experts would be knowledgeable of the risks that exist within the business as used with the construction. She should identify subject matter experts external to the organization who are knowledgeable about risk management as it relates to convenience stores and the gas station components. Now, so what Cynthia is doing is internal experts for the construction, external experts for the gas station components, right? Another resource would be the historical document around the risk from previously completed projects, which will also point out other stakeholders and or the SMEs who contribute to risk response planning process. If players are in place, Cynthia can work with them to go the identification and prioritization process of the risk as to the development of their plan. Is that not the same thing that we just discussed? Right? That's the way. She's gonna do it. But what is discussed absolutely similarly. So that now the risk matrix that I was talking about when we talk about those processes here. So as we have 5 processes in dealing, 1 in execution, 1 in monitoring control. So how it happens is first make a risk management plan, right? Make a risk register, identification of the risk. So identify internal, external, project management risk, all categories of the risk goes there, right? Positive risk, negative risk, put them inside a risk register. Then we do the qualitative risk analysis to see what is the quality of it, right? Then we do the quantitative risk analysis. This is in 3 slide. And accordingly, we prepare the response plan. Once response plan is prepared, we go into execution and implement the response that have planned in the planning. And then when we are going into monitoring control, if there are some residual risks, the leftover risk basically, or there's some new risk, and again a continuous process, guys. So risk register will keep on evolving as long as the project is running. Not limited only to the planning, but it will be an evolving document, just like the stakeholder register. You remember the stakeholder register, identification of the stakeholder? So that keep on, that's an evolving document. Similarly, we have the risk register as an ever evolving document. So let's with this now. So the process that we have here is about the plan risk management now. That's absolutely similar to that of the schedule management plan or loss management plan. So if you see, inputs are again the project charter, project management plan, project documents, enterprise environmental factors, the organizational process assets. What again, expert judgment, data analysis meetings. Now, no data analysis happening right now. The data contains qualitative risk analysis and quantitative risk analysis, but it is happening right now. We are just writing that what all tools that we're going to do, what all analysis that we're going to do, what we are modus operandi for planning the risk, and the degree of the risk, the type of the risk, the visibility of the risk management, all that will go into the risk management plan. So some who joins the part 8 can go into and take a look at this document to understand that how Sachin did it when he his risk management plan, right? So the objective of this document, that's a very similar document of the schedule management plan or the cost management plan. Now, as always, this can be a separate Word document. You already have a template for that. Might have sent that template to you by now. So when you would see, you can actually make it as a separate document, or that can very well be a part of your project management plan. Because this is how we've been doing it. For projects, we put it as a part of the project management plan. For very huge projects, if you're doing a very huge project, you might want to have a risk management plan separately. So that's in process. We saw 5 or 6 steps in the past. So input, same tools and techniques, same outputs. Is that clear to all of us? Give me a yes. Absolute process. Then the impact. Somebody asked me, and it will come later on, right? Right. Somebody that how do you define the impact? Who? Anthony. Chandra. Direct also asked. Okay. So their answer, guys, here. So what we do is we take the component of the triple constraint with us, which scope, cost, and quality, right? And we see, my project, as per my project, if the cost is increased less than 10%, to me, low risk, right? Impact. 10 to 20% of the cost increase, that's a moderate risk for me. The 40% increase in the cost, it is a high risk for me. And then 40%, it is very high risk for me. That's my opinion as per my projects. For projects, the scale can be absolutely different. You see, saying, I'll give you an example here. Just like talk about a construction project, and it is of 3 years, but approaching the project, the way I'm progressing in the project would take 3 years, 1 month. So then is a high or a low or a very low impact? Impact because it's a 3 years project, and you give that project, it's a very low impact. So I mean, so specifically, I can tell you, a books of that 3 years construction plan, right? He knows that he's not going to get it before 4 years. You agree that there is no way on earth this builder can actually give me that flat in 3 years, right? And I'm coming to that, Chandra. So I've seen projects which were started in 2011, and they would 3 years. So it's been years already, right? So people would be very happy if you could deliver something in 3 years in 1 month. So that for a construction project is a very low risk, right? But now talk about say uh, FMCG, fast moving products, right? You talk about that industry, say Pepsi itself. So he is launching a product which is specifically for the World Cup. Just a special drink with a World Cup logo on it. Say a particular team, say France or Germany, or whatever, right? So if they're launching this product in the market, you have to launch it at the time of the World Cup, right? Right? Is it late by a month? Is it low risk, high risk, or a very high risk? Nothing. The scale, hey, I understand. That's a very high risk. High risk. If you're able to roll out that product failed in the market because no buy once the World Cup is over. So that is product World Cup. Like the merchandising. It's a merchandising company who produce, let's say, low cost options for Kolkata Knight Riders. I can give that example of my own project, right? So there is a merchandising company. I'm not naming that company. I don't want it to be recorded. But there is a company from Lee who makes low cost options. You understand low cost options, right? Not everybody is going to go and buy a Nike sweater of called Night Riders, right? Because that's costing like 3,000, 3,500 for one T-shirt, right? But they want to have a low cost option, just like something which is in 700, 600 rupees, right? So now this thing makes it, and then the order to procure we purchase those items from them, right? Low items. Now that if their project is delayed and if they're not able to deliver that merchandise while the IPL is going on, nobody's going to buy that once the IPL is over, or when my team is out of the competition. Nobody's going to buy that then, right? So they can bought. You understand here? Very high risk. That's a very high risk here, right? It's not low. Yeah. So the definition. So this is to define them, and you give them a relative number, just like 0.05, 0.1, 0.2, 0.4, 0.8. You can any other scale, but that will be a proper scale, right? So you can choose any of this scale. Now it's called impact, and the probability is 40%. So 40% into 0.4 gives you a relative number. 40% into 0.05 gives you some other number. That gives the risk matrix, right? That would be the risk matrix. We'll talk about that. Now let's go on and identify the risk now. Identification of the risk, ladies and gentlemen. Risk is the process of identifying individual project risk as well as a source for overall project risk and documenting their characteristics, internal, external, positive, negative. What risk is that? So what do? You take project management plan, project documents, agreements, procurement documents, enterprise environmental factors, and OEA. Why agreements and procurement documents? For obvious reasons. Because there can be a risk. Because the kind of procurement we are doing, agreements that we have with people, there can be in that, right? Now, when it comes to project documents, I shall tell you this. Anybody who has an access to PMP 5 can check this process. There are 14 inputs. At the risk was the biggest process in box 5. You know, everything going in, project management plan to scope management plan to schedule management plan to cost management plan to schedule line to cost baseline to scope baseline to risk sorry, the stakeholder registers, everything, you name it, everything going in there. What? Tell me that. And these are same documents which are going in right now as well. The only thing is we call them project documents now. As project documents now. Those 14, 15 inputs here. Why do we have those inputs? Because there you go. There you go. By the way, Mahinder. Yeah, Mahinder. Yes. So Bharat, because the risk can be anywhere. So that's that. You have all those inputs here. So you use expert judgment, interpersonal and team skills, data gathering. So again, you gather the data. Prompt lists are just like the checklist that we have, right? So we check, and where we identify if there is a risk by going to those checklists, those prompt lists. Data analysis. Now, what is the data analysis we do here? With SWOT, SWOT, SWOT analysis. You understand SWOT? Don't tell me you don't, right? You understand? Yes. Strength, weakness, opportunities, and threats. So strength for you is an opportunity. Whatever is a weakness for you is a threat. And is unmuted here. Still unmuted, my guys. That you. Or about sir. Okay, so what do you do this SWOT analysis, right? SWOT analysis is strength, weakness, opportunities, and threats. So you identify what all are the strengths for you, what are the weaknesses for you, and what is the weaknesses and threat, and what the opportunities are the strengths, they are opportunities in the project. And that is where the segregation starts. So what would happen is you have the output as the risk register. So the risk register will come out again, ever evolving document, as I said, along with the risk report. So you have a risk report that you know, different intervals, you'll keep on submitting that risk report to the that. Okay, so these are the risks that we have currently, and this is what we are doing. The response plan is written inside the risk register, right? Risk report can very well be a column in your risk register itself. So you don't have to make a separate document, right? You can have both of them as a single unit, right? Risk register can also have a column for your reporting purpose for the risk report. Create the project documents. What documents it is updating? It is updating project documents, just like things maybe in your agreements and your procurement documentation. These are the risk figured out, so you might want to do a few of those changes. So those documents here date the risk. This entire risk register goes back into your project management plan. So you put it right. This is how you identify the risk. So the identification is happening right now. Now a couple of more columns into the same risk register. You're going to write the quality of it and the quantitative risk analysis of it. These are the next step. But for that, identification of the risk. Is that clear to all of us? Give me a yes in chat window, please. Yeah. Identified. Where can I find suggested of all documents which can be as per P? Okay. Share given at the end of the PIM box text. Wish you the project documents, and I always give you the list of the documents while we discuss the process. Are you writing them, Chandra? Because I tell you guys to write them, right? Again, share which is given in the PIM box text of it. So you can go and check as per process, the process document, you know what that you need. It is all written there. Do that, right? Explain each of the document which is going in, which is coming out from here. So them that they would be very handy notes for you. Trust me. Okay. One thing is done, guys. Use qualitative risk analysis. Perform qualitative risk analysis is the process of prioritizing individual project risk for further analysis or action by assessing their probability and occurrence, impact, as well as the other characteristics. So what do? You do categorization. You do the probability into impact analysis. You calculate the EMVs, right? That probability into impact is happening here. The exposure, yes. So the exposure is done here, right? So the management plan goes in project documents, enterprise environmental factors, and OPA. The documents are risk register, which is coming here, which would get it now. Right? So exposure, data gathering, data analysis. Now you understand expert judgment, data gathering. Data analysis is probability into impact analysis. Please note from impact analysis. Then your interpersonal team skills. You use risk categorization. We already know risk categories: internal, external, project management risk, right? Data presentations, bars, graphs, charts, pivots, whatever representation tool that you want to use, right? You meet people, tell them about those risks. You do the discussion, and as output you have project documents update. Which document is getting updated? A new column is added into your risk register. Visibility of that, because the probability is high and the impact is high, that's why the quality is also high. So that is back where in your risk register. Is that clear to all of us? Give me a yes. right, the total associated, which is the quantitative analysis, the mathematical analysis, right? The decision tree basically. Now before that, the probability into impact matrix. Now where these numbers are coming up, left hand side on the x-axis you have the impact 0.05, 0.10, 20400. You remember those numbers? Numbers. No, these are numbers that we decided like a couple of slides back. If the impact is less than 5%, only a very low risk, right? Then you have medium risk, then you have high risk. So we write those numbers on the x-axis. On the y-axis, we write the probability: 10%, 30%, 50%, 70%, 80%. What? Yeah. And what is here? C4, CCB. What is that? Small kid sitting with you, Shakil, punching in. Yeah. Okay. So y-axis, you have the probability, right? Ranging from 10% to 90%. And you do the calculation. Probability into impact 0.05 into 0.1 gives you 0.01. Similarly, 0.40 into 0.7 gives you 0.28. Right now, that's a relative number that you're getting by multiplying those. So this is how you prepare a probability and impact matrix, right? So this is what is it understood to all of us? Impact matrix, how we are doing that calculation, right? And we do it for we do it for opportunities, right? Okay. Quantitative risk analysis. Risk analysis. So quantitative risk analysis is of numerically analyzing and combining effect of individual project risk and other sources of certainty on overall project objective. What do we do? The project plan goes in, project documents, enterprise environment factors, and OPA goes in. What you use your expert judgment, you do the data gathering, you again use the prompt list, you check those lists and see if there is a risk in that, right? Internal and team skills, and you do the data analysis. What is data analysis that you're doing here? Data analysis part for me, please. Name the data analysis. Not what. What is what? Give me the name. That doesn't. We just talked about it. Yeah, old car. You remember that? That is the quant risk analysis. Now that once the risk happens, which direction I'm going to go, which use on the face of uncertainties, what it back into your risk register. So that's why you see project documents update. Right? Back a column inside your risk register. So your risk register has what right now? It has identified risk, it has their categories, it has their urgencies, it has the quality of that risk, and it has the options, the nuances of that. Right? So these are the things which are already there inside your risk register. Now, finally, what you're going to do is you got a response column to it. So if this risk happens, what would response or risk that you're going to do in next process, the risk response planning. If you come down to this process, risk response is the process of developing options, strategies, and agreeing on actions to address overall project risk exposure as well as treat individual project risk, right? So what you take project management plan, project documents, all those qualitative risk analysis, quantitative risk analysis documents, risk registers, stakeholder documents, other risk related documents. You can do them, right? Enterprise environmental factors and OPA going in. You use expert judgment. Then strategies for threats. Understand strategies for threats. We already talked about those strategies, right? The threats. So you can ignore them, or you can mitigate the threat, you can avoid the threat, you can transfer the threat. Yeah, the life insurance example, right? So strategies for threat, overall project strategy. So anything which goes beyond the risk, which is going beyond the unknowns, we're going to deal with them at unknown. So the management reserve part comes under the whole project risk. Data, so you again gather the data. Strategies for opportunities. Data analysis. What is the data analysis that we do here? Data analysis is the impact analysis again. That what would be the impact of those strategies that we are applying. What would impact of that? End team skills, content response. So if something happens all of a sudden, how do you do that? What would be the response strategy? Decision making, group decision, group creativity techniques, ladies and gentlemen, tools and techniques, right? What are those? Of course, the change request. So if based on my strategy, if based on my risk response plan, if I need to change something, I need, for that, I would need a change request, project and plan update, and the project documents update. Now, these outputs from plan responses. Finally, once plan is ready, you take once plan, go into the execution, and implement what is in our risk response plan, right? So how do we do that? So for that, we go into implementing the risk response. Implementing risk response is the process of implementing agreed upon response plan. The key process is it ensures that the upon risk response are executed as planned in order to address overall project risk exposure, minimize individual project threats, maximize overall project opportunities. So what goes in? Project management plan, work performance data, work performance report. All is going on because this is going on in circles, right? So work performance data is of the current work that we are doing. Work performance report is of the past, the things that we have already done in the project. So we have reports out it, and the data is of the current, the raw data of the current, right? So one is you use your expert judgment, internal team skills, and PMIS, because your PMIS contains your response plan, isn't it? The user information system has your risk responses, right? So when risk happens, we apply that response and update that, right? The project documents gets updated as the output. You can see that, and there are changes required in terms of scope, cost, quality, right? You read a change request, goes back into ICC, gets approved, goes back into execution, right? So this is how you are implementing your risk response, making sure, basically, in a nutshell, if you talk about it, what you are is making sure that the responses that you have planned and you have done so much of effort in preparing those, it is implemented. Yeah. And you have a process for that to ensure that it happens, right? This is what you're doing here, right? So implementing the risk responses, is the process understood? Give me yes in the chat window, please. Thank you. Finally, we come to monitoring and controlling. Now, monitoring and controlling would have control risk. That means what? Monitoring the risk, basically. It's the that the implementation is happening when you are implementing the risk response. Mitigating a risk can be a residual risk. Yes. So if I give you an example, yeah, I changed because I have not changed it. I'm asking you something. Visualize a zombie apocalypse. They turn zombies, having to eat the other guys. You are one among the survivors, right? Now you're all around you. You have risk. The Nation or Walking Dead or whatever series, try to short monitoring the risk is right. Of a catastrophic zombie apocalypse and on the road, one of the survivors. So make sure when you see that that your group had 4 people and you've been attacked by 10 of those managers, right? You settle all 10 of them, but process one writers and bites one of your team members out of the 4 people, right? It's a risk. Yeah, because now he's gonna, yeah, now residual risk. So we're mitigating one risk, these, right? One of our chap got bitten can be potentially one of them. Now there is residual risk, and that is why the risk monitoring is required. If you do not monitor that, you don't come to know this, the fall asleep at night, they're gonna say hello to all 3 of you, the rest of people, right? So you have to see that if the residual risk or if the new risk in the, because we had 10 of these biters, we got rid of those. We one guy injured and we get rid of that as well. We move on. So the moment you move on, you might have another wave of those biters coming towards you, right? So you are doing these 2 things. You keep on identifying that if there is a leftover risk, and things can be understood if you simply visualize what I just said written. So if you see the picture, you stand, right, and the risk around you. So this is called risk. This is how you control that. So you know that there is no residue, no risk. So that will be the technique. Don't kill him once, kill him twice. Yeah. So that's residual and the new risk, right? This do here in monitoring the risk. So what do you do? Monitoring risk is the process of monitoring and implementation of agreed upon risk response plan, tracking identified risk, identifying and analyzing new risk. So if my friend has got bitten, that's a new risk. Evaluating risk response effectiveness. How effective are our risk responses? How actively we are getting rid of those? Right. So this is the response evidence, right? It is a part of monitoring and controlling. So what goes in the project management plan, the project documents? Documents would definitely have your risk register, your stakeholder registers. It would have your logs, right? Work performance reports from the past and the data about the present. Right? What do you do? Risk audit. You use the risk. You see if there is any residual left. Double as I said, risk assessment. So you assess the risk to see if the process was effective enough. So effective process, should we use some different strategy now? Are doing good? Are hours left? Or are there many new risks? So to change a stance, do we need to have a new kind of formation? What do we need to do? Right? More meetings. What do you get? The data gets converted into information. It generates a change request. Now, change request is the one of us who just got bitten. We just need to get rid of him. That's a change. And if it's proved, execution, do that. Right? Project management plan, project documents update. So this is how and what you do in monitoring the risk. If you remember the zombie land, be able to recall how monitoring the risk happens. Right? Is that first? Give me yes. Are you able to connect to the example? Are you able to visualize that? Yeah. Okay. So that yes, all processes are over. That completes our laughter, which is about test, check. A lot of noise. Just give 1 second. 1 second. Is that okay now? No?
Sachin?
I'm here.
Sachin, there is a lot of background noise, a lot of distortion. On,
Let me,
yeah.
yeah, let me check. I'm gonna just probably check my audio, so stop talking for now. Like, that's my problem, right? Is it okay now?
It is okay now.
Fair enough. I don't know. I just didn't do anything, right? So I just took out my microphone, put it back in. That's uh, okay. Okay, we can start off again. I'm gonna share my screen. Let me know. Yes, you can. Oh, fantastic. Question one, ladies and gentlemen. Insurance coverage for your project equipment is an example of alpha. Yep, that's transferring the risk. So you have transferred that risk by paying somebody else the money. Good. Straightforward, easy picking. Project manager first take when an unidentified risk event occurs. Read between the lines, do not jump. Read the question saying. What action should a project manager first take when identified risk event occurs? Identified event, guys. People go. Thank you. See that. Charlie is here. The answer is okay. So Charlie says redo the risk identification process to prepare for other known unknowns. Are you serious? Guys, let me give you a situation here. So the identified risk event that has occurred. Let me give you an example. So we making a wall and wall has suddenly tilted. It is around to drop to. What redo the risk identification? You can management first. You can customer first. First, come on, let us stop this wall from falling first. Well, yeah. So the altar here create a work. This is what you should do. As the was saying, of course you need to inform your senior management. You would do that once the wall is stable. One more. Yeah. Okay, answer here. Delta. Management practice is to create a workaround as a response to the event. Paul Anderson. And then Alpha, Bravo, and Charlie. Which one you gonna go with? If that, it will fall. Right here. What of these three options? Tell me. Management saying, and come on, man. So if you know the wall is falling and you are telling us this thing, what do you do to stop that? So as of course, What is the first thing that you do? I know that. But your target should not be informing the management. Your target should be first work around that how we can stop that, and then to the first. Yes, that read between the lines. Do not jump to the conclusion. Yeah. Work around. Second, inform the senior management. Third, inform the customer. And then when you have the time, redo the identification process to check why it happened. Yep. Yes. Okay, guys. Good enough discussion. You're project manager of a financial firm that has multinational dealings. You feel that the financial meltdown in one of the client countries could affect your adversely. So want to hedge your risk, although the probability of occurrence of this event is low. You are advised to play it safe. In terms of risk attitude, your organization can be best described as. Now that's it. That what about the budget? If it involves the budget, in my case, if the wall was falling, so actually a budget involved. But even if there is a budget involved, I'm going to take that out from the contingency of, I'm going to get out from the workages reserve that I have, the activity reserve that I have, the reserves. I have a lot of these reserves with me, right? So you must have seen that. Yeah. Yeah, that's correct. So that's Bravo. That's Bravo here. Risk averse people. So the risk still they want to play it safe. Called the risk averse people, right? Right. Okay. This can be described as a easy question, basically. It can be described as an easy question. Okay, so alpha, this is a quantitative risk analysis and modeling technique. So that is what it is. Yep, that's correct here. Good pickings, right? Can comprehensive risk analysis be done on a project? Can you do that? People goes Bravo, people goes Delta. Yeah, Bravo is the answer after the scope decomposition. Once you have the WBS with you, you can immediately start the risk analysis process, right? So the answer here, let's see that. Okay, there you go. So that should be the answer, right? So the answer is Bravo here. Moving, managing a pilot project of a short duration. Read between the lines, right? And has started the risk management planning process. He identified new risks and prioritized them based on the probability and impact matrix. So he has done the qualitative risk analysis already. The risk manager is now proceed to plan the responses for the risk without analyzing the risk numerically. According to you, this decision is correct or wrong? Tricky question. Your now things, right? Why it is a pilot project? Project. The second thing is qualitative risk analysis has been done. So it is not always necessary to do the quantitative until you have a big project. Right? So if you have a smaller project and you understand that okay, so this project and this is just a pilot project, I can actually go with qualitative risk analysis. To me seems correct. So probably go with Delta. It is correct as a short duration of the might skip quantitative risk analysis. If he feels Nothing in the risk management process. That, right? I believe delta should be correct. Let's see. Okay, delta here, right? Bigger analysis is required when you have comparatively bigger projects. Just like if that was not a pilot project, that actual project, I actually go ahead and do quantitative risk analysis, but not stage, not for a pilot project. Okay, on. The following is not a response type for positive risk. Easy. That's leverage. It is not response type. Explore, enhance, and accept is the three, and then you have for positive risk, right? Then you have the sharing, the opportunity, right? Okay, fine question. Managing a project, he conducted a risk assessment workshop with stakeholders and identified several risks. He is about the amount of time it will take for and qualitative risk analysis to develop a risk response. What should John do? Bogus answers, so they cannot be answers, right? So you just need to choose between the two. Yes. You and delta. These are completely bogus answers, right? The answer is either bravo or right. Yeah. Is rather than following your instinct, follow. So I would have been you. I would go with Charlie. I don't know. I would, let's see that. Okay. Oh, Charlie here. Yep, Charlie. So matrix. I see what all qualifies for a analysis. Right. I'll do a complete analysis on those, and we'll leave the rest, which are smaller. Uh, right. I'm going to do that. Okay. Here we end this chapter. Key takeaways, ladies and gentlemen. There is an uncertain event or a condition that has a positive or negative impact on the project objectives. The risk is calculated by multiplying the probability and impact of the risk into impact is equals to weightage. The risk can be classified in various ways. Under one category, risk classified as external, internal, tech project management. On the other, they are scope, which is actual cost and quality risk. A decision tree is used to analyze risk and its impact on the decision in certainties. The 7 risk management processes are and risk management, identify risk, quality analysis, quantitative analysis, risk response, implementation of the response, and the monitoring the risk. So these are the 7 processes for a further study. Please do 19 and 20 exercises. That is ends, and thank you so much. It also ends our course. I believe since the day started, it's been 9 classes together. So we must do one thing that I not skip things, right? So it takes 1 more hour, I give it 1 more hour. But that you guys understand that. There is no skipping something, right? There's no point moving ahead. We utilize it. Yeah? Yeah? So I still have about half 35 minutes with me. I'll explain you the project. I would want you to submit those projects today. Can you please do that for me? Because you don't do that today, you do that then. Because, you know, otherwise what happens is, so right now it is a process. We are going on with it, so you can do that. You know, like if it is 5 days, then you would probably not try. Any day, you can. It is not compulsory to do them today, but you know, if you do them, just get rid of that, right? Right? So just get rid. Unlock your certificate. All the best for the examination, right? So ask those to do that. Yes, that's what I'm saying. And what I'm now is basically uh, just give yeah. I explain those how to. I sent 2 emails to Mukesh, but no reply regarding what you send those mails for me. Shikhar? Yeah. So Mukesh is the person who heads the team who does the verification. So it doesn't have to come to me. He is the one who approves those. So you have to person. He will respond. It doesn't have to come to me, essentially. Because that work. And I work. They don't pay me for that. Okay. Talk about talk to Mukesh, don't worry. Mukesh on that and I'll see to it that he responds to you. Okay. That. Okay. So you. So probably I'm gonna start the projects that we have. Okay, have you downloaded no me, Roy? The application the team would need that. Yeah, so you upload that project there and would check it, and if it is accepted, they would simply do that information on the mail, or you can also see that on your LMS system. Is there any another class after if I have? Yeah, of course you can attend n number of classes. You have that flexi pass, don't you? Batch. So I started last. I started a new batch, right? So that class today is going to be third one. Do that 7:30 to 11:30 India time at evening. So you can most yeah that. Okay, talking about your projects a bit. You guys have downloaded those projects, both of them, right? Yeah. Okay. So you have an automobiles one, and then you have an IT one, right? So IT is basically from the telecom, and then you have an automobile project component basically. So naming a new component, right? So we're going to talk about those. So I'm just going to open up. Okay, wrong folder. The analysis with Excel. And who's interested in learning Excel, let me know. Put a different folder here. Okay. Good, good. Project number 3 and project number 4, correct, guys? Which we're going to start off with very first one. Let's start with the project number 3. No, let's start with the 3. Yeah. Let's go. This. Okay. Okay. So that projects that you have, right? The innovation that a bit so that I can read that. Okay. That should do. Automobile industry, the organization has initiated a project to upgrade the cars, right? The sponsor has appointed you as a project manager for the project. One of the requirements is to have use the planning phase suggests that the auto can be used, but feel that there is a risk associated with it. Hence, you decided to use the tree to to figure out whether it is worth outsourcing or doing it yourself. After storming along with the team, you identify the following values, a risk associated. Some ask me that question, how do you figure out the price? This is how it is telling you. After brainstorming with the team, you identify the following values, right? So investment is $100,000, probability 70% gain $120,000. Probability loss of $30,000. Out investment is $40,000. Probably percent gain of $100,000. Probably 50% loss of $10,000. Which way should you go, guys? You need to prepare a decision tree tool for that, right? So the first question is decision tree tool to decide which option is better, producing in-house or outsourcing. So you know decision tree. Now, the second question. Let's talk about the questions first, then we'll come back to the answers, right? Of the decision tree outcome, you need to outsource the electronic parts production. For this, you need to plan the procurement. With this process, you can come up with a subsidiary plan. Sellers in the market can produce these electronic parts. You evaluate, select a seller. To make this happen, you need to develop source selection criteria. So what you as Bravo here, the question number, development subsidiary plan and also possible source selection criteria. So what thing you to make here? Tell me. To make which document? A procurement management plan along with this source selection criteria, right? So in question, you got it, Arun. Thank you. After it is done, you select and give the contract. This can be termed as an agreement. Develop sample agreement which have these key elements. Third question is asking, what Charles is asking here? No, the contract. It is a contract, right? Third contract. Yeah. As control procurement process, you will get the work performance data and reports from the sellers. The data says that 40% of the work is complete, whereas seller is supposed to complete 50% on this work. This call change request to bring the project on track. Now, briefly in work performance data, work performance information, work performance report, developable work performance data and work performance document for this scenario. Also explain the technique which is used in this process to address the. So can you do this thing? Use performance data, information and report. We've been talking about that about more than 100 times in the last 9 classes. You agree? Because it's going to come up, right? So I used to focus too much on that. Then you would also know that, the last part of it also explain the technique which you use in order to address the change. You know how it originates, where it goes, where it hits, how it's approved. The CC story, you remember that? And you do Eagle, the last question. What related activities are done? You close procurement process, list the techniques. No, you have to do that. We don't closing the procurement in PMBOK 6. So leave the Eagle, you need Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, and Delta. If that the answers here, solutions here. Yes? Okay, let's start answers now. The first talk the decision tree. There you go. Good Sanna. Good section, download that from there. Now for the screen for a decision tree. I've used the PPT. You can use document, right? So you outsource, do yourself 100,000, sourcing $40,000, 120 gains 70%, 30% loss of 30,000, 50% you get 100,000, 50% you lose 10,000. No, you answer. Then what you gonna do, Chandra? If I I'm telling you only. But what you do is I'm giving you the solution, right? So when you go to the third slide, there is solution. Minus plus 70% of 120, 30% is 30 gives you minus 25,000. Out gives you plus 5,000. Outsourcing is a good option. Gain of 5,000 compared to the loss of $25,000. I hope you are taking a screenshot here. Are you? Yes. First question. Please take right to prepare something like this. You take a shot here. Yeah, and take a yeah on this slide number 2. So you take here and a screenshot here. One. Done first question. Is that us? Done. Moving to the second. The second question about procurement management plan and source selection criteria. The bit. Okay. Procurement which will include management and the standardized procurement documents, RFI, RFP, RFBs, coordinating procurement with the other project aspect in terms of scheduling and the performance reporting, and the constraints and the assumptions, by decisions, catch dates. You would see I have used highlighters for those, so you can choose. So this is management plan basically. I've given you a template through Mukesh, so you can use that as well, or you make a screenshot here right now, and I can go to the next page then. Management plan. These are the headings that should be there. Today's recording, yes. You're gonna get. Okay. Then identifying the constraints and the assumptions, make or buy decisions, schedule dates. So would wish you take a screenshot also. Yeah. Take one here. Okay. Then you selection criteria. Now these can be the source selection criteria, right? You see here. Yeah. Okay. So you can screenshot like this, so that is much better, right? So, the source selection criteria can be the technical cost, warranty, financial capability, risk, credibility, process, references, management, certification. I can't help the checkbox. That's 100. Okay, so is it 130? 10? There you go. 100 selection criteria. Was that okay, Manish? Can you, Monish? Yeah. Bengali guy sitting right here. Knight Riders fan. Yeah. Season. Okay. Selection criteria solution for the second question. That this was your procurement plan. I hope those, yeah, page one. Okay, so that's question Bravo. Coming out the Charlie part now. The Charlie. Okay, let's open the agreement here. That's the agreement, which would have a statement of work, cash reporting structure, just a couple lines against each of these, right? And those lines from my template. You those sets with you, right? The 30, 40 templates that I've sent across. Go through them. And the agreement from statement of work to force work. Okay. Okay. So are we done with this? Have we taken the here? Right? Done. Okay. Then you have which is work performance information, work performance report. This shapes of the things, right? So have the details of just definitions and just write a sample report from the seller. The report seller. From here to the report from the seller also elaborates on, what would be the report would look like. Done with it? Okay. Okay. Solution for delta. So you've got all your four, right? Same solution. Now, four. How many of us are doing project number 4? The telecom one. Sharat. I am you, right? Items, right? Okay. So let's do that. Start with the project number 4. Let's see the project, and we'll see the situation that you are working in a software industry and it has been initiated by your sponsor. You authorized as a project manager for the project. The project is about developing a telecom application for billing purpose. This is for an external customer who is a telecom service provider. As part of the planning, you look into the quality related aspects. The application shouldn't have more than 5 defects, and from the project specification point of view, the SPI and the C should be plus minus 10%. Right? From the perspective, develop the following: 2 subsidy plans that are the output of plan quality management process. Now, as you know that quality management gives you how many outputs, and no quality. Yeah. So the second is the management plan itself. Important document that is an output of this process. What is the output that you get? Is a quality matrix from here. So quality management plan and a quality matrix. These are the couple of things that you need to do. The team develops the application as the part of the execution and hands it over to the testing team. The testing detects many defects during the monitoring and controlling phases. that are the outcome of lack of requirement, understanding, inadequate, diverse skill, complete core coverage of unit test cases, and the lack of good and the lack of of good application designing, which architecturing. We use different tools to find the measurements and cause of the defect. Name basic quality tools that are used under the quality control process and prescribe them. Do you need my help in this? Not at all, right? For measurement, draw control chart. Here specification limits are plus minus 10%, right? So you know, take a control chart. You take a mean value, you take a upper control limit, you take a lower control limit, right? And you hit plus minus 20%. So you do 20, then you do minus 10, minus 20. That's simple as that, right? Test reports the following defects against each of the categories. Skill understanding 22, skills 35, unit testing 42, architecturing. Don't find to be plotted. Yeah, there's all that. No data, no data. That's a very good question, Arun. That requires a lot of other people as well. Just it. No dots required. Nothing. Yeah. Yes. You can. So, understanding 22 defects. Skills 30, testing 42, 12. Put the output data. Now what you do is, for the above table, plot T20 rule chart. What you to Mato here? For anybody who was doing this project, so the last week's study in which we understood about the quality, usually you know that by now very easily, right? Skills is answer on that, but you need to prepare that Pareto chart, right? That's the Pareto that I told you my story, yeah, my right. So that that's the answers. Yes. Okay. For table plot and 80-20, then you have developed recommends corrective actions, CCV about implementation corrective actions. Okay. So you asked what? The team recommends, the development team recommends corrective actions and raises a change. CCB approves it and implements the corrective actions. The testing team does not defect during the quality control process. What is the output of this process? Quality control, very favorable. Okay, which will enable them to close the project. Okay, so verified deliverables is the answer here, right? And verified deliverable goes back to validation, becomes accepted, goes back into closing, right? That's how the hierarchy goes. So you need to Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, and Delta. So all have the answers to it, and I explain those to you. See them? I can show those answers to you. And I would request you to submit those today. Would that be okay? Yeah. Okay. That is quality documents. Okay. So let's start with this. The management plan, right? You do process improvement plan now. You don't have process improvement plan. Process improvement plan. Inbox 6. No, right? We don't process improvement plan. No. 6. So you need to prepare that. So that is why you just need to make quality management plan. Correct? So you document quality plan and make quality matrix, as I said. The so you make management plan, quality management plan would have these factors. So I'm going to zoom that out here. The plan would have factors. How that is implemented, what is the frequency of quality audits to ensure the process, right? Which acquired tools and techniques, tool quality process to ensure measurements are taken, right? You just simply write them back here. So this is what the key management plan would be. And now the quality can be okay. So this can be a project and product attribute specifications or expected results from the quality matrix are used under quality assurance and the control processes. Right? So you need that here the quality matrix is here. So you can start from here as well. Number of NCs, availability, reliability, downtime. These can be some of the quality matrices. The first one was give me as in chat window, please. Good. Solution, 7 basic quality tools. Do I need to show that to you? Definitions of those, right? So not required, correct? You can always have the definitions. Just do it. Somebody please. Okay. There you go. Call diagram. That's the detail. Flowchart detail. Checklist. Pareto. Histogram chart. Now tools that when you do a Google, when you do tools of quality control, you get the same page, right? Copy and paste. I'm saying for understanding purpose, you can go to any of those links. Can back here. Guys, I believe once more first yes. Two questions we have to put definitions only. Yeah. Okay, so that's the first one. That's the cause and effect diagram, right, which does the 5 analysis, the same one, right? Then you have the flow chart. Just keep screenshots here. And you have here you have the checklist. So I'm going to the next area. Sheet down here. Then you have the P20 rule. That's the definition. I hope you screenshots. Histogram and have control charts later. So you have histograms here. Sentence scatter diagram. And scatter diagram. Has somebody shot? Give me. Yeah. You start screen devices is you swipe your 3 fingers and that takes a screenshot. Right here. About these devices nowadays. Okay. Then move on to the solution for Charlie, which is control chart. Right. So that's control chart. Take a screenshot. Yeah, and you have limit, upper specification limit, lower control limit, and lower specification limit. So you keep it as it is. You don't need to fill dummy pointers. Yeah, plus minus 20%, right? So you can scale, right? 0 is minus 10%, 0.8 is minus 20%, isn't it? Yeah, just make something similar, simple. Solution for Pareto. Pareto can use Excel as well for the Paretos. I did it here, but you can, always use those Paretos. And you can wear that there. How it should look like. So you must done those 80-20, charts so far. So you can simply line chart over the effect, cumulative one. So that can give us, guys. So this is how it look like. I have element, you can have any, you can have all anywhere. Yeah. No, once submit the project, then only Mukesh and his team will be able to verify it. They are validate that your project is submitted. You can unlock your certificate. Yeah. Pretty right. Okay, you have close goal. You already have a screenshot about. You remember that part? So you have control T. If it is okay, no. If there is a change request, fix it. Then if deliverable becomes accepted deliverable, goes in the project. You remember the deliverable story, guys? Yeah. And if you remember, I also explained the graphs to you on the very first day. And I just focus here because that's going to help you ever understand that today you would be using all. Just take a shot, please. Are we done? Okay. What I've done is giving you examples of, now these are just the examples, you can make similar documents. Examples of all the questions which are there in projects. Make sure that you submit them today. Just take 10 minutes, 10, hardly 15 minutes. Do we know any one of these? Any one of these? Solution project 4. Solution. There you go. Tricks. Quality man. Take it. Yeah. Take it. Yes, Abel. Yes, of course. I'm well. No problem. So I'll share that with Mukesh. Mukesh will send that to you. Yeah. Okay. Now you 100%. That's 109. That's 100. PMP registration. Do I need to submit a project? No, no. no. You don't. You don't. You do the project here so that you can unlock your certificate, your PDU certificate. Yeah. To me, you've been fantastic. You people are fantastic people, right? Thanks so much for joining my course. And I would, but I would suggest you guys to make a group. So we have quite a few of those running groups, right? And people, yeah, you guys, no problem. Yes, that's helpful. Now, because you already have the solutions with you, you can those projects today. Give me us if you're going to submit them today. Uh, and by chance, if I said anything which you didn't like, and that I had no intention of anything wrong to you. If I'm joking around, if I'm laughing with you, and that's something that you didn't like, my humble apologies. Right? That in style, then just like the way we do every right. So I'm gonna pull out. Okay, why I stopped the sharing? Okay, so I'm gonna share that again. Okay, no problem. So a presentation that we use last time for this batch, and ending. Complete online classes for PTU. There you go. You get fantastic. Thank you so much. Blessed and humbled when I see such a love by the participants here. I feel that, you know, uh, you know, I feel honored. I feel honored. I tell the team who are the honored, who are the three people. You can me at Sachin Goswami. You can search me any with Sachin Goswami. You would see a guy with a beard. That's me. That's to be me. And I have a very old product. Yes, Swami, my ID. Yeah, I have. I have. Skill dynamics. Sachin Goswami skill dynamics. You can find this invitation already. Okay, thank you so much for joining in today's session. I believe it was helpful. I always enjoy your company, so so today is always good. Thank you so much for joining in. You can still catch with us through Simply Talk, Help and Support, Question and Answers. If you today's session, please rate us. Give me your NPS feedback, right? So you can rate us on WebEx and get certified team. The errors in understanding our customers' granularity. And rate 9 is not satisfactory for us. Somebody WebEx is not working and he gave me a bad ranking. So that's not my problem, guys. Hit me on the trainer, right? You rate WebEx on WebEx. 11. No, we don't have 11, Arun. And I thank you so much for even writing that. We have so yeah. I'll just check FB. Okay. If you have the time to share, with friends, please do share it on the Facebook, Twitter, Gmail. Please do that, guys. Uh, would like to write a review about the trainer or the material or simply learn support or simply learn itself, go to Quora, Trustpilot, Mouthshot.com, write a small review there. Also volunteer to share your testimonial on camera. The Simply Learn Media team will be more than happy, you know, to make an appointment with you. Thank you much for joining today's session, guys. Best for your examination session. I know you're going to crack it. All of you are going to crack it. I have a doubt on that. For else, I have an evening session running. In a couple of weeks from now, I'll be having a morning session again 9 to 1. So if you wish to join any of those classes again, just clarify something, most welcome. You just come back to me and say, hey, Sachin, so I'll help here. And yeah, again, hey, I believe I'll be coming there in Kenya in probably get in touch with you there. It's great to be with you guys. Thank you so much for joining in. Uh, yeah, I'll do that. I'm gonna probably stop for now. So the project today, your solutions, you have the discussion. Yeah, most yeah. MPP, yes. I take a lot of those MPP classes, and trust me, famous in those. So you'll be on the right hand. Don't worry, safe hand. Thank you. Bye. And not so Prince 2 is not very soon. I don't see 3 months. I have any of these. Listen, thank you so much. Having right questions, right time, good discussion. Thank you. Great, why great trainer. Message for team Sachin Goswami signing off. Do we have anybody comes in Finland here?
check here. Thirty days extension, there's और क्या